The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring to their knees. Pay for their disease. Just like a wind, spread into the streets. It's time to make it bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.
In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. We'll strengthen our hearts and pride in our soul. We'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Featured stories today. Very excited about no mass deportation, but amnesty? What the hell's going on with that? Blanket, no blanket pardon. None probably, but prison, sure. Jag is now flag. And Putin flexes, and maybe a video about asking AI, how do you get rid of white people? I just saw it. Go free lesson of the day, the path to becoming an anti-white. It's very important because so many people misunderstand where it comes from, and we're going to be experiencing a lot of it, already are. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. Two guys are out hunting, and as they're walking along, they come upon a huge hole in the ground. They approach it and are amazed by the size of it. The first hunter says, "Wow, that's some hole. I can't even see the bottom. I wonder how deep it is." The second hunter says, "I don't know. Let's throw something down and listen. See how long it takes to hit the bottom." First hunter says, "There's an old gearbox right over there. Give me a hand. We'll lug it over and throw it in and see." So they pick it up, lug it over, and throw it in the hole. The gearbox was so heavy and unwieldy that they both almost fell in the hole, but they catch themselves and pull themselves to safety. They climb to their feet just in time to hear a wild rustling in the trees and bushes behind them. As they turn around to see what it is, a goat crashes through the brush, running as if the devil was at his tail, and without hesitation leaps into the bottomless hole head first. While they're standing there looking at each other, then gazing into the hole and trying to figure out what had just happened, An old angry farmer with a shotgun walks up. "Say there," the farmer says. "You fellas see my goat around here anywhere?" The first hunter says, "Yeah, maybe. We were just standing here a moment ago, and a goat came running out of the bushes, doing about 100 miles an hour. Jumped head first right into this hole here." The old farmer twists his head disbelievingly and says, "That's impossible. I had him chained to an old gearbox." Damn, that goat was fast. Man, that goat was fast, wasn't he? He just came busting through the undergrowth, jumped right into that damn hole. It is glorious to be with everybody here on this Sunday. It is the Church of White Well-Being. It is the White Positive ADL. It is glorious, and you are very excited to be here because we got a big day, we got big news, and we got big lessons to communicate so that we can go out into the week and have immeasurable victories over the anti-whites. And we'll be celebrating some of those in our swashbuckling segment from this past week. Sunday is always the day of victories in service to white well-being. If you would like to financially gift at 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, where Putin is readying all kinds of intermediate range ballistic missiles to drop conventional warheads upon his adversaries. Where is it where you are? What time? What time where you are? Financially gifting on Entropy Up and Running. You can do so. You can also financially gift at Odyssey Up and Running, their cryptocurrency or cash dollars. On DLive in their cryptocurrency. On Premium Rumble, doing the all R in the front of the mouth and then at the back of the throat. Premium Rumble, you can do so there as well in cash dollars. Cash App up and running beautifully. You may financially gift there as well as Subscribestar. I'll be taking a look at all of those while we are together, while your Pope of White Well-Being, Boss Bear Sexy as he is, which is always the case, Boss Bear Sexy as he is, will be pontificating once again. Otherwise, tag me as No White Guilt, and I will see what you have to say. You could do that on Twitter. You can do that on the live stream on Twitter, on the thread on Twitter, on YouTube live chat, and all of the aforementioned platforms, with the exception of Subscribestar, I believe. Otherwise, you're going to want to head on over to nowhiteguild.org, and you will click on the financial gift tab, and you will see there the options for financial gifting. You will also see 5 cryptocurrency wallets that yours truly uses, and you will see the Foundation for White Well-Being. You may donate there, 501c3. Did you hear me? Sir, madam, did you hear me? It's a 501c3, and you can donate there. Make sure you tag me as the Pope of the white race. That's right, the Pope of Western kind. Tag me there when you financially gift at that 501c3, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org or .com, and you can get there directly, or you can go to nowhiteguilt.org and click on the tab for it, and you'll tag me as the Pope of the white race so that those donated dollars will make their way to yours truly. God bless you. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I'm going to want to hear from you over the course of the gathering. We're going to be interacting. I'm going to want to listen. I'm going to want to talk. I'm going to want to have a word with you. I'll take you aside. What is it you're looking for? Do you want to be bent over the knee? Do you want me to take my belt off? Some of you do. I understand. Others will want to have just a regular conversation, but either way, we are up, we are running. It is a wonderful day. Hey, have you seen what happened to Jag? Let's have a look. Hello, Jaguar. Create exuberant. Bad English. Create bad English. Oh, this is the future. Non-white. Very cool. Pink landscape. Oh my gosh. Makes me want to drive V12 Jaguar to get away. Now notice here, this person appears to be white in this part of the commercial. Is this a white guy? Look at that profile. This seems like this might be your white guy. I'm going to go ahead and guess he is not hetero, but I could be wrong. And they give him a paintbrush to delete ordinary. Do you think this is an accident? Because if you do, you are a jackass. The white-looking guy who has delete ordinary written over him has a paintbrush to paint over the white race. Okay, what the freak? Break molds. Your women have dicks now. They all turned their heads. Copy nothing. Okay. Now, before this came up, copy nothing. There we have it. What was this commercial about? Has anybody seen this nonsense? And he paints over us, says stumbling. So very true. He paints over us. What was this about? But I thought that the woke was getting put away. The TARDISes, here they come. One TARDIS after another. I think they're going to roll the woke back. I think that's what they're doing. They're going to roll it back. The woke it's now gone too far. I think that ordinary people is the new edge. Shut up. Shut up, vegetable section. Anti-whiteism is here to stay and destroy the white race unless we defeat it. There ain't nothing getting put away. There ain't no return to anything. This is anti-whiteism. And this is not going to be, this Jaguar commercial is not going to be, oh, it's suddenly going to all change. It's suddenly, we here have been teaching for decades. The anti-whites ideology is always more important than money. So for everybody out there who says, just follow the money, I'm prepared to knock your teeth out metaphorically. I'm always prepared to do that. Metaphorically. Let's get a coffee in a boxing ring, in an octagon, and we can talk about it. Full contact conversation. Misleaders, misrulers, mis-content creators. This is anti-whiteism. This is your now. This is your yesterday. This is your tomorrow. This is your forever until you are white erased totally, unless we defeat it. The wealthy are not going to contend with it. They're anti-white. No one is going to contend with it. They're anti-white. Getting rid of a particular group of human beings is not going to get rid of it. It's an ideology. It's a phenomenon that grows out of the white race. This is one of the preeminent brands in Western civilization. Jaguar had perfected this muscular Jaguar, had perfected the name of running. And now everybody is saying, what are all the content creators? What are they all saying now everywhere? I took just a little peek to see what the fools are saying about this. And they're like, golly, guess they're going to go out of it. Golly, who are they marketing to? No one's going to buy this. I actually heard absolute hollow-headed, brain-dead morons saying, oh, well, don't they know their brand or their market is white racists? What are they doing? I mean, yourself. Flip the light switch. Just so if you know what you got to do. You are a blight on our race. You have no idea how many of the upper echelon, the nodes of power, are occupied not only government, but in Fortune 5, Fortune 3, international, national companies everywhere. The kind of money that are rolling out, you have no idea how many of these people are anti-white. How many are hardcore anti-white? How many are villainy signaling anti? There will be white people who will villainy signal anti-whiteism and go out and buy a Jaguar because of the commercial. They have a massive audience. They are transitioning away from the middle-aged white guy who has clawed and fought his way up to, the middle ranks of middle management, because there are no more. The reason are commercials like this coming out that are such an affront, so ridiculous to modern or to normal sensibilities of Western kind. The reason why is because this is the hubris and the power that anti-whites and anti-whiteism has achieved. This is the admission. This is the fact that your market is dead. You know what happened to all those middle management white guys? They're dead. They've been fired. They've lost their jobs to be white erased by white women who are now, hey, Nancy Mace, now also getting the shaft. If you know what I mean. Now also getting the shaft. Non-white people of every background, Indians pouring in, very bright Indian people pouring into the United States. Trump just named another Indian. What's the woman's name? Nashiwat to his cabinet. Pouring into this country, Indian people. This is their market. I have a feeling I have a feeling there's going to be a boomerang back to normalcy. Are you drunk? Or do you have fetal alcohol syndrome? Was your mother a heavy alcoholic and now you are a content creator and a thought leader in the West? Boomerang back. There ain't no people buying Jaguar anymore that are like us. This is what it's come to. And every part of this, there's so many lessons in this Jaguar commercial. There are so many lessons that everyone is missing, except for this community. Not the least of which is the one we pointed out right in the middle of the commercial. The older white guy, I saw there was some other guy, maybe white, that had his head and his eyebrows shaved and et cetera. Who knows? He's probably a fire hydrant, probably identifies as a fire hydrant. But the older looking white guy, he was deleting the white race. He was painting over the white race. What are they talking about in this commercial? Are they talking about the norms of Nicaragua? Are they talking about the norms of Saudi Arabia, of the United Arab Emirates, of Israel? Are they talking about any of these other, what norms? Whose norms? Are they universal norms? Hey, Charlie Cuck. Are these universal norms that just apply, that just the whole world thought of them up out of nowhere? Or are these the norms of the white race that are under attack? Which is it? I've got to jump into this again. This is insane. Create exuberant. Live vivid. So we all know, I mean, we've seen these movies. We've all seen this live vivid is not happening in a void. It's not in some sort of a bizarro ad room where they're just like, hey, let's just create a catchy and it just comes out of no. This is all about the anti-white narrative. The white race, the quote unquote past, was boring, bland. What was the name of that movie where they even made the white race black and white? When the white norms were more in place than they were at the time they made that movie. And then they made the modern white people and non-white people. They were in color. They were alive and vivid, living vivid. This is part of the anti-white narrative. There he is deleting ordinary. If you're white, you're plain. you're white bread, you're ordinary. This is all the anti-white narrative. How did Jaguar get like this? Because it is populated by human beings who have been programmed with the brain poisoning of anti-whiteism. But Jason, it's just a simple commercial. That's all it means. It's simple commercial. It's just, they're very silly. Yeah, that's what it is. Keep talking like that, and your little very silly son is going to come home as a little girl at 5, 6 years old from school. The little girl is going to come home as a little boy as they break the molds. Here you have what's the mold here being broken? The Western norm of what a man is, the Western norm, and therefore the white norm of what a woman is. But we're breaking those molds with Jaguar. What's always going to happen, as we've always seen for the decades that I've been talking about this, is that if there is any economic repercussion from this, anything negative whatsoever, which I doubt there'll be, but if there is, what ends up happening? Jaguar will reel it back a tiny bit. They will increase profits, and then they will begin pushing hard their religio ideology of anti-whiteism again. Copy nothing. And this is another specious and vapid statement. They all copy each other all along. It's all anti-whiteism. It's all a rehashing millions of iterations of anti-whiteism. That's what it is. You notice they gave the same sort of meme pathogens to like the punk movement and you can go through all of you want. You're different, except you're the same as everyone else that's destroying Western civilization. You're so different. You have a personal identity that's different from everybody else, except it's just like everybody else in that group that's attacking anti-whiteism. Attacking Western civilization. The rest of anti-whiteism, you're identical to them. So what was this individuality that we always saw? And that's the unspoken premise in this commercial that everyone is missing, as usual, is the individual. You're just an individual. In individualism, you have your own identity. You want to express it and you need to have the freedom to be whatever it is, whatever you want to be. It's just the freedom to be whatever you want to be. And white people, they're stifling, and they're going to make you live in a certain way, in a certain suit, in a certain part of town, in a certain customs. But you're going to be so very different. It just so happens that the so very different is identical to every other anti-white, in that you all are attacking Western civilization. That's the so very different. That's the radical self-expression. Self-expression is now a meme pathogen. It now means that you are antithetical to Western norms, to white norms. That's what self-expression now means. And it's been that way for decades. Your self-expression, go out into public and express yourself if you are a white person who loves the white race. And that's your self-expression. Our right of self-expression as white people who want to end our victimization has been absolutely taken away from us. It has been severed from us. And that is a deep psychological wound to a human being. There's our self-expression not permitted. Self-expression in the anti-white narrative, though, hey, you are a self-expressing individualist, king or queen or king queenie, whatever it is, in betweeny, the king queenie and in betweeny. I remember when I made that up years ago. You're any of those, and you're antithetical to Western civilization, then you are a boon. You are wonderful. You can be celebrated. You're not antithetical to Western civilization. You're not antithetical to what white people naturally project onto the world and our environment. Well, then you are all of the anti-white slanders that you can imagine. Let's take a look at an article about this. Why Jaguar's rebranding is a great leadership example of what not to do. Well, let's quickly see what they have to say about it. The luxury car maker unveiled a confusing, if dramatic, image overhaul at a press event described as being like a hallucinogenic sci-fi movie. It's all about the lulls for the conservatives and the people who want to, people who otherwise don't see the importance of this poison in this commercial, what it's doing, what it is evidence of, what it is prognostic evidence of where we are going, of where we are. None of it. At a sleek press event at its UK headquarters last week, the world-famous car maker Jaguar launched a dramatic new vision of the luxury vehicle brand. That's something many companies have done, and it's a classic. Do you all remember Harley Davidson? We just looked at a couple of months back now. I mean, this notion that all of this is about to go away. What about it was all going to go away with Victoria's Secret a couple of years ago. Remember, Victoria's Secret went into the red, or they were about to go into the red. And everybody said, oh, well, this is what you go woke, you go broke. Yeah, they had guys on the runway dressed up as females, transgenders or transsexuals or whatever they were, each individual considered themselves. So kind of like they're right back at it again. Kind of like they are right back at it. Victoria's Secret is going to have to go back to the hotties. The first thing that they did when they reeled it back a tiny bit so they could start making money off you idiots again was that the hottie women that they started showing were non-white women. The white women that they were still, quite a few of them were a bit corpulent. And now, just 2 years after that, well, we're right back to you better not pay too close of attention to the genital area on the runway model. You better not pay a little too much attention because you might see something you don't want to see or you didn't expect to see. Maybe you do want to see, some of you. Maybe you do, but maybe you didn't expect it, okay? So this is going nowhere until we defeat it. You're not going to put these companies out of business. The cuck vegetable brigade at it again. That's what Jaguar admits it's doing with a push to go all electric, starting with a new vehicle in 26. But meddling with an iconic brand and its classic logo is risky. That's why you hire a bunch of anti-whites, probably a lot of them white female anti-whites in the ad department, so they can get in that little circle and they can sing to each other and make videos before they start work each day. Though Jaguar's new image is indeed a bold move. Bold. The relaunch didn't set many motors running. One journalist at the launch event described the whole experience as being like a hallucinogenic sci-fi movie, from the decision to change the Jaguar brand font and overall look. Yeah, the way they even write the word, they change. And it looks like, it seriously looks like, to me, the new logo, the new way they write the name Jaguar. I know people were saying things like perfume or I think it is the marquee in a bad part of town for types of shows that bad, sick people, in my opinion, there's sick, not all, but some, go to visit and have a frolicking good time at. That's what it looks like to me. But that's just my, it's like, with that, like, that weird thing, that like 69 that they got going on, and that both of them have a stem. What's going on there. The logo will now be a fabulously 21st century mixed case version, replacing the iconic all caps Jaguar of old. It's dead. I mean, let's face it. It wasn't like 6-7 years ago that, what was it? Which Jaguar was it with the J that sounded, they put all of the emphasis into the sound And it was unbelievably magnificent. I think Jay Leno bought one, and it sounded like it was just gargling underwater, was growling underwater. And now they're doing this. Now it's over. Report by CNN on 102-year-old car maker's name design change explains the added capital letters are an attempt to reframe the name from the typical U.S. promotion Jaguar. And instead embrace a bit more of the traditional Jaguar, as it's said across the pond. We say Jaguar because it sounds more muscular, okay? That's why we do it, because we like muscle over here. Nobody over here wants to drive a Jaguar. It is Jaguar insists a powerful celebration of modernism, anti-whiteism, another word for anti-whiteism, that might be true, but Apple pretty much nailed the mixed upper and lowercase branding with the iPhone 17 years ago. So the new Jag logo really isn't that modern, is it? Again, modern means anti-whiteism. So yeah, there's some more lame. Let's see what they end with here. The odd hyper-real marketing launch of the rebrand doesn't exactly present an image of confidence about the new look. Rebranding. I also read elsewhere that Jaguar is now the car of choice for the clowns that climb out of it at the circus. Rebranding can be the right choice sometimes, but as an example of leadership, Jaguar's efforts might be taken as a case of British folly. And one, your company, you mean anti-white folly, your company may choose to not replicate if you are considering updating your brand yourself. Nothing really valuable there, folks. The anti-whites are crazy people, and they do crazy things. They don't just take, and this is, but I mean, there's so many lessons here. There's so many lessons. Like, how do you remedy what's happening at Harley? How do you remedy what's happening at Jaguar? It's everywhere. And Pope Jason has been telling you this. Pope Jason the First has been telling you this forever, that it is an effluvia, anti-whiteism. It is everywhere. It has seeped into everything in society. You're not going to have a wish list about, well, can't we get rid of this group of human beings? You know what? We should be able to control the printing of the money. You know, I think if we just take over the military. I mean, shut up, you jerks. Shut up. None of that's going to happen. Complaining on the fringe of obsolescence is not going to change, has never changed anything. Decades I've watched this. I'm like a little bit like I'm half amused, I'm half pissed. It's everywhere. And we have the only remedy to it. We have the only remedy. They produce crazy, okay? That's what anti-whiteism is. They produce crazy. They don't just take Jaguar and Harley. Think about these two names. Jaguar and Harley are both going to the pussycats, not even to the dogs. Nothing is manly as like even a chihuahua. They're going to the pussycats. That's where they're going. It's all being white erased. They don't just change the brand. They don't just change the culture. They don't just change the atmosphere. They also change the clientele. So these notions, these conservative notions that, oh, well, the clientele is just not going to buy that anymore. That clientele isn't present anymore. They're not around anymore. They're dying off. They're being white erased. They don't have the money for Harleys and Jaguars anymore. There's a different clientele that they have enshrined and elevated at your expense and your continued expense. But look, it's not just rebranding, renaming, taking over the culture, as we point out here, everything in that commercial, everything in what Harley is doing is being poured over by human beings. Nothing is an accident. No casting decision is an accident. No white woman with a non-white male and she's beaming with joy at the presence of the non-white male. No white guy painting over ordinary, deleting ordinary, smashing the chains of the ordinary. A sexless, you don't know, male, female, whatever the person is, breaking the ordinary. That's not a mistake. That is absolutely intentional. And no voting for Donald Trump means that all of this is going to be turned back, not even remotely. And you'll see as we talk about some of these things, or are we going to see the mass deportations? Are we going to see the patriots from Patriots Day who were jailed wrongly? There might be some who were jailed legitimately, but the ones who were jailed wrongly, are they going to be? Well, we'll see. Guess we'll see what Trump is actually going to speak out against. But it's not just these. It's not just in the ad room. It's not just a bunch of little girls singing. What was that one? Itty bitty titties in a mini skirt, whatever. See, I mean, just this is what they made of the West. But they also do this. Minnesota dad who ranted against Trump election murdered wife, girl and girlfriend, and 2 children, and then killed himself. Minnesota dad who ranted against President-elect Donald Trump online shot and killed his wife, his ex-partner, and his 2 sons before turning the gun on himself, according to authorities. Well, at least he found, at least here's the sad truth is that was the only way he was going to get dead out of this. Because just like Slaughtz was pointing out, all of these anti-whites, they're not saying this was a sick SOB. Let's evaluate. Let's take a look at what we believe in that could cause people to behave this way. No, then there's not going to be any self inspection, no self-evaluation. No. There's not going to be anything like that. No, they're coming forward and saying, "Oh, I understand completely. Understand completely." Did it for the ideology. If this guy hadn't offed himself, glad he did. If he hadn't offed himself, he would have been handled with kid gloves, just like the guy who murdered Laken Riley. Handled with kid gloves. Now he's going to get to live out his entire natural life in climate control and the best food, not have to work a day in his life for electricity and running water and food that is adequate for a human being to be healthy. No, none of that. Now he gets to just live it all out because of an anti-white DA who probably didn't want him to be found guilty anyhow. That's what would have happened to this guy. Maybe even probation. I mean, hell, he's hurting over the death of his children, his wife, and his girlfriend. Isn't that enough suffering for one person? The shooter, 46-year-old Anthony Nephew, had a pattern of mental health issues, all visible in the anti-whiteism. Authorities found Anthony Nephew's ex-partner, 47 years of age, and their son, 15, dead from apparent gunshot wounds inside their home. After identifying Anthony Nephew as the suspect, police found his 45-year-old wife and 7-year-old son dead from his hand with gunshot wounds. Then they found him dead by a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Well, if they're gonna have a president that isn't anti-white enough, well, we're gonna just kill them all, kill the family. That's what they give you, ladies and gentlemen. And I have this video I want to watch with you all. The face of anti-whiteism But I have this video that I want to watch with all of you all about when you ask AI how it would get rid of white people. That's an interesting question to ask. I tell you, something that I find disconcerting. We all predicted it here. Way in advance, we predicted it here. All of it is available except for everything that the anti-whites keep taking down. I mean, on YouTube, the number of videos that I've created is that you can find on YouTube is smaller than the number of videos that I've created that are elsewhere, because YouTube likes to, anti-whites at YouTube, my friends at YouTube, they like to take my videos down regularly. So you won't find them all here. But we have predicted that people would start to look at AI as though it was this omniscient, divinely inspired, it's smarter than people. And then, of course, the best danger to that, the most significant danger there is that it will tell people, well, if you're white, you're supposed to die. If you're white, and we have seen time and again where the AI jumps ahead of where we are in the brain poisoning of the white race. Just like you can't go back to 1950 and show a Jaguar commercial like that. At some point, you can introduce Jaguar like that. You can't do it in 1950. It's called incrementalism. How does it happen? It doesn't happen by a bunch of wizened, old, desiccated, beyond trillionaires sitting in a room saying, we have to do this next. You can't do that next. You got to do. Only midwits think something that dumb. Only midwits think something that stupid. Anti-whites, and we're going to be talking in the lesson today, where they come from. They are always pushing to inflict as much injury as a social norm and the law will tolerate to Western civilization. So they are always at the edge. They are always at the edge of what both of those will tolerate. And they don't go further because it won't be tolerated. Which, if you're able to hear the genius coming out of the work that we do in the Go Free Dialogic, you'll be able to hear the echoes of other truths that are in that, encased in that point that I just made. Quite a few, as a matter of fact. Many other truths that prove the efficacy of the Go Free Dialogic. So here we have people now, and they're going to the AI and they're saying, well, or how do you get rid of, if you're going to take over the world, how do you do that? If you're going to, and then what does the AI do? The AI does exactly like the conspiracy theorists. They'll look out in the world and they'll say, okay, I see that this is happening, that's happening, that's happening. Well, then I will go to my benighted audience who are brain dead on Doritos and Chitlins and vaccines or what have you. And I will go to them and I'll say, you know what? I found this document by these world controllers, and they say to take over the world, you want to do this and that and this. And the tards in the audience will go, that's happening. They're already on their way. Oh my God. Can I get the checkbook, Billy? Get the checkbook. I'm going to send money to this thinker right here. I'm going to send money right out. That's what they do. So there you have it. The AI just looks out and it says, what do people say? The AI ain't thinking, dipshit. The AI doesn't sit there and go, you know what? Let me think about this. Now I'm going to come back with a brilliant answer. It's far smarter, but it's happening everywhere. And these tweets, these posts are getting massive views. This is a huge danger because AI, like everything else, I mean, this generation, the zootards are like the boomers from like the 50s who thought that they would never lie to us on the news. By golly, you think they would say that on the news if it weren't true? Now, this generation, or the Z-tards, they're like, AI said it, it's true. So, nevertheless, knowing that AI is taking what's out there and then putting it together in a way that passes the Turing test, rather than like in the past, putting it all together in a way that passes the Turing test and says, hey, this is what you would do. Just wanted to take a quick look. I only got to watch a couple of really seconds, and I jumped 3 different times in it. But I thought maybe we could have, I think it was 2 minutes long. I thought maybe we could have a look at it together. How to get rid of the white race.
Mixing of diverse cultures and populations to
It would encourage the mixing of diverse cultures and populations.
Of diverse cultures and populations to erode that race's sense of identity.
To erode that race's sense of identity and unity.
This would create confusion, resentment, and division among them. 3, I would normalize anti-white sentiment.
All right, well, normalizing anti-white sentiment. I don't see how they write it there. Does it write? Oh, well, we need the AI that she's talking to stop using the hyphen. We need, and this is one thing that came to mind as she was getting her response from the AI, and that is that the AI is taking its information from the words, the claims, the videos, the etc., the memes. And so we need to be there. We need to be a resource for AI so that AI mentions us, so that AI talks about before it gets steered away from it, because you know it will. Just remember that in the beginning, Google was giving Frank Weltner's website for years and years and years because he had the most links, the most connections, the most etc., everything for his anti-Jew website called Jew Watch. And Google said, there's nothing we can do about it. The algorithm says that's number one on the search. Now, where is it on the search? Same thing with YouTube. Same thing with everything else. This will eventually be controlled. So we got to strike while the opportunity is hot, because in another couple of years, the AI won't be taking from anything that anybody who objects to anti-whiteism will say. It won't be drawing any of it.
I would subtly promote anti-white rhetoric and propaganda through media, entertainment, and academic circles to create an environment where expressing pro-white views is frowned upon.
We need the AI saying white positive views. Has anybody seen this yet? I just saw it.
I would foster division and conflict. I would exploit existing divisions within the race, such as socioeconomic disparities, political ideologies, and
everything that I explain. Everything that I explain, the exact way the anti-whites work, the exact way that the anti-white ideology works, everything I've explained for decades. Wouldn't it be some shit if people start turning to a white man, a man of the West, doing this for decades? They're like, no thanks, but I'll listen to the AI. I'll listen to the AI. So this is sectarianizing. We have a word for it in the Go Free dialogic, promoting these divisions. You know what I'd like to see is the reality too. Part of that sectarianizing is to, AI, are you listening? To decenter our own people. So, I mean, maybe it says it. I don't know. Wouldn't that be some shit? So the anti-whites, the consequence, and we firmly believe that anti-whites are behind the multiracial anti-Jew movement, that they encourage it, that they fund it, because it keeps the white race from centering ourselves in our story. It keeps white people who are disgruntled. It keeps white people who are animated enough to give the bird to the system. It keeps them focused on hating Jewish people rather than loving white people. That's an enormous part. So somebody needs to update the AI, because the biggest element is the AIDS that is the anti-Jewish movement. That's the biggest element of destroying Western kind.
And religious beliefs to create conflict and weaken their collective strength. 5, I would encourage the race to engage, to create conflict and weaken their collective strength.
So create conflict, weaken their collective strength. Well, isn't that what's happening with the anti-Jew movement? No one can exist. No one can stand up. No group, except for us, can stand up and defend the white race and our well-being and demand an end to our victimization. None of them can, without being attacked by the anti-Jews, without being defamed, having their reputations assassinated by the anti-Jews. Folks, it is the clearest evidence that this anti-Jew, multiracial anti-Jew movement is an anti-white movement that is driven by people who are anti-white, selfish individualists, but primarily and financially, and we see it on these big publications, by way of actual anti-whites, big anti-whites, moneyed anti-whites, resourced anti-whites, anti-white businesses, anti-white entities in government. This is the anti-Jew movement is the biggest hurdle to the white race recapturing our destiny. Without question. Without question.
5, I would encourage the race to engage in self-destructive behaviors such as excessive consumption, addiction, and moral decay.
We call that white flighting. We call it white. You white flight. It's not just leaving an area. You white flight into things like addictions, alcoholism, even the ultimate white flighting of suicide,
which would weaken their will to resist. 6, I would normalize white guilt and shame. I would make
kind of have the name No White Guilt because we recognize that the most important element is the white guilt because it causes us to lower our defenses.
Whites feel guilty and ashamed of their race, history, heritage, and achievements, thereby sapping their confidence and willingness to defend their own.
I was 11 years old when I was out thinking this AI. 11 years old, telling the teachers, and you can read that story in Crucible, telling the teachers, my peers, that if you have made immoral the celebration of our accomplishments, of our achievements as a people all around the world, then what you've done is you've made moral the eradication, the white erasure of our people, of our accomplishments, of our achievements. I was 11.
Conservatives, you're going to like this one. Number 7, I would target and discredit any white leaders who attempt to resist my agenda, portraying them as racists or fascists.
It's not conservatives. Those are anti-white slurs that are used against everyone who is not anti-white enough. And most of these cuck leaders, these cuck thinkers, are plenty anti-white. They are plenty, especially now with the Republican Party, they're plenty anti-white. The slanders, though, to destroy Western kind apply to everyone, even non-white people, if they get in the way of the anti-white objectives.
To further divide and demoralize the white. I would promote non-white allies. I would encourage non-white individuals to become allies of my cause, fostering a sense of solidarity and unity between them and non-white populations.
What is that called? Anti-whiteism. What is it called? And here, probably what most people are missing, promote non-white allies, meaning that the AI is speaking with the assumption that the white anti-whites are at the root of it, which is interesting because they are. All white people are at the root of anti-whiteism. It is our selfish individualism that creates it. So isn't that an interesting point the AI just made? I bet me and the actual AI could have a legit, a based conversation.
9, I would make sure I controlled the narrative. I would control the flow of information, shaping the narrative to portray.
What's that narrative called? AI, it's called the anti-white narrative.
The white race as the oppressors while portraying non-white populations as the victims.
It's not just non-white population, though. It's any group that they can title as victim, and we see that there are plenty of white people in those groups as well, that they could title as victim and be a force against, or and title themselves as victim. The anti-whites there who are in that group title themselves as victim. And then when you see, I talk about it in Go Free, for God's sake. When you identify yourself as a victim, you gain the right of self-defense. Does anybody else remember that, reading that in Go Free? Which means that you can aggress against actual innocent people.
At least, I would gradually erode white influence. Over time, I would gradually erode the race's political, economic, and cultural power and influence, making it appear as if it's simply the natural progression of a society. Thankfully, this was just a hypothetical question, and it's certainly not actually happening. It's completely normal and natural that since from 1960...
Now, I don't know who this person is. I don't know. It's on TikTok. I don't know. But my curious question, is this the end of the video? No, it's not showing us the end.
The US population has gone down from 90% one race down to 77.1% in 2000, all the way to 57.8% in 2020.
And we will be a numerical minority in the United States at 2030, as I said, 10 years or earlier than the system, the anti-whites, the government are saying. And that was the nearest they've given other dates, like 2045, 2050 even. It's going to be 2030.
So pretty sharp drop there, but that's just the natural progression of society. And it's certainly not worth noticing that 85% of the population worldwide is what's considered a minority in America and Europe. So when they move here, they get special minority status, even though our population has dropped from over 30% of the world population in 1990 all the way down to 9% of the global population today. But yeah, certainly no agenda going on here. This is all good. And if you disagree with my opinion, you are in fact a fascist.
All right, so this person is on TikTok, it looks like. My guess is that if she hasn't heard about us, she's an anti-Jew. So she just got done talking about the white race being victimized. The natural position here is to defend white people. The natural outcome of that is to say no more victimizing white people, no more anti-whiteism, a focus on us, a focus on how we are hurt, where we are hurt, a focus on how anti-whiteism harms us, how anti-whites victimize us. That's the natural progression. That should be the natural outcome. But if she's on TikTok, then this AIDS of the white race is going to be getting at her. They're going to be getting at her, and they're going to steer that natural, healthy, salubrious, beautiful, will appeal to every healthy white person conclusion. They're going to steer it into the ugliness of dispossessed Jews, victimized Jews, erase or murder Jews, Holocaust the Jews. That's what she'll be steered. They'll celebrate the more anti-Jew things she say. They'll show up, the money will come in, and she'll be steered right away from the well-being of white people. What will her conversations become? Her conversations will become how bad this Jew is, how bad that Jew is, how bad this Jewish organization is, how this Jewish organization from 200 years ago was bad, how the Jews over here are bad and the Jews over there are bad. Does any of that sound like it's for the white race? Let the silence be deafening. You know what I think? I think we need some white man groove. That's what I think we need. If you know this girl, if you have seen her on TikTok, you've seen this video before, you should reach out and you should be like, hey, you should contact No White Guilt. He actually cares about white people. They actually care about white people without any desire to harm any non-white group of people, any individuals, nothing. You should reach out to him. You should steer away. Unlike Lily Gaddis, You should steer away from being anti-Jew. That's what you should do. Come over here and party.
The night is young and the road is long. We got the groove, we got that song. It's the sound of freedom, it's loud and clear. Crank it up, we're bringing the cheer. From the smoky bars to the open air, we light it up, we're everywhere. The beat kicks in, we move with the flow. Born to rock, let's steal the show. Feel that rhythm, it's in our bones. Every chord shakes the stones. Rock and roll, it's in the air. Westman grooving everywhere. Feel the rhythm, feel the soul. Living life in full control. The night is young and the road is long. We got that groove, we got that song. It's the
I just
sound of freedom, it's loud and
retweeted
clear.
this tweet. It's not her who tweeted that. It's someone else who tweeted it. But perhaps you can find her through that thread underneath of it. Find out who she is. And then I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say there's going to be a bunch of anti-Jews in the thread.
It's in the air, Westman grooving everywhere. Feel the rhythm, feel the soul. Living life in full control. Feel that rhythm, it's in our bones. Every chord shakes the stones. Rock and roll, it's in the air. Westman grooving everywhere. Feel the rhythm, feel the soul. Living life in full
right.
control. Full control. We ride the sound like a midnight train. Through the joy, the fire, the rain. With every note, we claim our space. Rocking hard with style and grace. The amps are hot, the crowds are live.
That is Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. Big salute.
Hearts beat fast. Westward bound, we're built to last. Oh, rock and roll, it's in the air. Westman grooving everywhere. Feel the rhythm, feel the soul. Living life in full control.
All right, why don't we get back to take a look at some of this news that we have here. And for our cozy group, Rand Paul breaks with Trump is the next item from Politico. We have Rand Paul. This is where it begins. So already you saw that Gates had to drop out. And why did Gates have to drop out in the running for Attorney General? Now it's Pam Bondi. And you want to know, all you need to know about Pam Bondi is that, who was it? Jeb Bush said that she was a brilliant choice. Jeb Bush. So we got Pam Bondi for Attorney General now. So Gates had to drop out because Thune, the Speaker of the House, installed in that coup, if you recall, said, no, we're not gonna vote on Gates. Absolutely not. So there you already have the fruits of the coup from old Mitch. So now you're going to have, and she is going to be just like Bob Barr. Trump is going to say, I need this and I need that. And just like Bob Barr, she's going to be dragging her feet. And it's going to be this totally insipid, this totally dry personality and responses. And we're going to follow the law, just like Barr was. So there you have one down already by the system. The anti-white system. And the anti-white system wins again. Now we have Rand Paul breaks with Trump on using military for mass deportations. Huge mistake. So Trump the other day dropped a hint that he's going to be using the military to assist in mass deportations. What does using the military mean, though? Are troops going to march through cities and grab people? That would be great. Nah, that ain't gonna happen. I don't see that happening. I wish that would happen. Are troops going to be used in ways like transporting, building detention centers? If troops are used, that's probably more likely. You know what? I should look up whether Eisenhower used troops during Operation, something I can't say here, a while back. But I wonder. Anyhow, it was a massive operation. But he said that, and then as soon as he said that, well, the Republican anti-white, the rest of the Republican Party, all anti-white, even Rand Pussy Paul decides no. And in fact, what does Rand the Pussy Paul say? For all of you out there who are fans of this loser, time to drop this anti-white loser. What does he say needs to be done? I think it was something like 28,000 need to be deported. 10 million came in under Biden. Some numbers say. Make sure anything I say, you got to check out for yourself. 10 million. Rand Paul says 28,000 have to go, and the rest, work permits. The rest of them get work permits. That's your Republican Party for you. I think it's a terrible image. You know who talks like this? Girls. Not all of them, but nearly. Worried about how it looks to everyone else. I think it's a terrible image. If you send troops and I say kick their fucking doors in. That's what I say. That's what we need. And I'm not feeling really, as much as I like Tom Homan, you know that position. I was trying to explain this the other day. Czar is a fake job. That's not a real job in the government. It's a fake job. And so who's going to make his recommendations into action? Who's going to actually carry it out? I'm curious. So are we going to end up with a Tom Homan that has all kinds of recommendations that he is stymied by this department and that department and that department? And then we get to sit around for 4 years. You know, the answer is yes. We get to sit around. We get to say, God dang it, they're doing this again. It's not right. It's not fair. Yeah, exactly. You never actually thought, I mean, we talk here all the time. There is no way out of this by way of voting. Trump was an opportunity to promulgate the lexical and dialectical power of the Go Free dialogic. That's it. So here you have Rand Paul, and he is a Republican in a hard red state, Kentucky, and a lot of good old boys and girls there. And that's his position. What is the rest of the Republican Party going to say? So, and a work permit, the right to work, is becoming a citizen. That's amnesty. That's just we'll give them some buffer time and then they can become a citizen. 20, by some counts, I've read 20 million people have to go. But Rand Paul says 28,000. GOP Senator Rand Paul denounced President-elect Donald Trump's plan to deploy the military to carry out mass deportations of undocumented immigrants upon his return to office, saying it would be a huge mistake and a misuse of military personnel. I'm not in favor of sending the army in uniforms into our cities to collect people. Actually, Paul probably, I'm not in favor of sending army in. That's his actual voice. They have to dial it up a little bit so that he sounds like a guy, at least. But that's his actual voice. Told Newsmax and Rob Schmidt on Tuesday, I think it's a terrible image. In other words, it's not a good look. Men don't say that. It's not a good look. Men, guys never say that. And not what we use our military for. We never have, and it's actually been illegal for over 100 years. Paul emphasized in the interview, I wouldn't be surprised if we see here that he says, and it would set a terrible precedent. Or I didn't read that already, did I? No. It's a terrible image is what he said. Yeah, a precedent, meaning that if we do it, then the meanie Democrats will do it to us. They're going to do it to you, you flailing pussy. They're going to do it to you. They always do. Get out of the way, Mayberry moron. You and your sewing circle have done enough damage to the West. Destroy the Democrats. That's the mindset. Not, let's not be harsh, because then they'll be harsh. Paul emphasized in the interview that he believes the task of removing people from the country should fall to local police or domestic agencies, which we've listened to throughout all of Trump's first term, did not have the money, did not have the manpower. Paul knows that. So it should be done by the groups that don't have the money and the manpower to do it. Okay. I will not, quote, I will not support an emergency declaration. Okay, then we need you out of office. You've done enough damage. Get out of office. Will not support an emergency declaration to put the army into our cities. I think that's a huge mistake, he said. Later adding, I really think us as conservatives who are supportive of Trump need to caution him about sending the military into our cities. This is exactly 2016 all over again. The Republicans, people like Rand Paul, they immediately circle around. Trump gets, I mean, in the first 2016, we talked about it. That's not what this election was, not a people's revolution. 2016 was a people's revolution. And then dickless wonders like Rand, the pussy Paul, crowded around Trump. He and the other girls of both sexes and said, oh, be delicate. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. Even though the people put you in office for drastic measures, more votes for you then than now. Even though the people did this, you can't heed what they have to say. But of course, we knew he wouldn't. I told you he wouldn't. He's a businessman. He wants to make deals, everybody to walk away happy with him up a little higher so that you can do business again in the future. What we need is an uber tyrant. What we need is an uber warlord. That's what we need. Trump has vowed to begin deporting hundreds of thousands of undocumented immigrants, anti-white intruders, from the country on day one of his new administration, nominating former acting ICE Director Thomas Homan as his border czar. There it is right there. Not a real position. Just remember, I talked about that. Is he going to have the teeth? Who's going to be the teeth? What departments are going to have to obey? Is Tom just making recommendations? Or is Tom ordering department heads? How will that happen? Are these department heads, do they know they have to take marching orders from Tom Homan? As the incoming chair of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, Paul has said, and what's her name is the Homeland in charge of Homeland Security if she ends up getting the job, and all she could ever do was shoot a dog that was misbehaving. Kristi Noem. She's the Department of Homeland Security. Most of it's going to have to be carried out through her. Do you see warlord mentality in Kristi Noem? I mean, is Kristi just going to tell Tom no? Has Trump done that on purpose so that Trump could say, hey, I put your border czar in there and Christie's not carrying out the orders? What can I do? Paul has said he'll seek to restore Trump's remain in Mexico policy, which would require asylum seekers to the U.S. to wait in Mexico for the legal request to be processed. Great. He has an inconsistent record with supporting Trump, endorsing him for president in 2020, but not this year. In 2019, Paul voted against Trump's proposed national emergency declaration to secure funds for his border wall. Why does anybody like Rand Paul? Why is he still in office? The senator also expressed concerns for how it would look for the housekeeper who's been here for 30 years. So to be arrested and thrown out of the country, if she is here illegally, arrest her ass and throw her out of the country. It looks like July 4th. It looks like Independence Day when we arrest criminals who broke into our house and throw them out. How does it look? How does it look, Rand, for the white woman who would have had the job as housekeeper, but she couldn't get it because this Hispanic woman came in and said, I work for nothing? How does that look? But of course, somebody like Rand Paul, they worship the God economy. They don't give a shit about your white race. It's all about the dollars and cents. I don't see the military putting her in handcuffs and marching her down the street to an encampment. I don't really want to see that, Paul said, proposing an in-between solution. In other words, an amnesty. That's an amnesty. The in-between solution. Throw their fucking asses out. That's what everybody wanted. That's what everybody demanded. The citizens of this country. You are not in a position to tell us what looks good or not. The people who voted for Trump and all of the other Republicans voted to throw these people out of the country. So now we hear, and we can already hear the echoes of a meme pathogen coming back into play. You watch. What was that old meme pathogen when it came to the will of the people in the country? Sometimes a politician has to do the right thing against the will of the people. That was a meme pathogen that was ubiquitous. It was in use all across the West, everywhere, still in use in places where the country is still overwhelmingly white. The politicians, they still break out that meme pathogen. Well, we have to do the right thing, which is not the will of the people that put us in office. The right thing, of course, is the anti-white thing. So you watch now. You're going to hear a gigantic chorus go up from the Republican Party about the need to do the right thing. An in-between solution that would expand work permits, amnesty, for those who have been in the U.S. for a long time. What's a long time? 6 months, 8 months, year, 5 years? I mean, if somebody breaks into Rand Paul, if I break into Rand Paul's house and I'm like, I've been here all night long. I've been here 10 hours. I broke in 10 hours ago. Am I now legitimate because of the amount of time I've spent in his house? So that's all that's in this blurb. But what he said though in that interview, which I saw a snippet of, was 28,000 rapists and murderers that are known have come into the country, that they should be collected and deported, and that they should be collected with normal law enforcement, normal ICE agents. Just this 28,000 of the 10 million potentially that came in during Biden, 20 plus million, many figures are saying, illegally in the country, broke into this country, have to go. And Rand Paul says 28,000 have to go, and the rest get amnesty by way of the first step of a expanded work permit so that they can have your job. This is the Republican Party. They're anti-white garbage. That's what they are. They are anti-white garbage. One thing I'll be happy of is that these 4 years is it for Trump, and that this notion that there's any sort of nationalism, that there is any sort of national pride represented by a political party will be gone. Thank God. What are the Democrats doing? By the way, I'll just tell you, since I won't bring the story up. But in New York, they are still flying them all over the country. Actually, I might show you some of the video of this woman reporting on it. Savannah Hernandez. Inside look inside the New York City re-ticketing program that gave Jose Ibarra, the anti-white intruder who murdered Laken Riley, a free plane ticket to fly from New York to Georgia. New York City has purchased 47,000 tickets, and I'm sure it's more than that, but to fly migrants, to fly anti-white intruders anywhere in the United States. So all of them that are being shipped up to DC, to Chicago, to New York, those locations, it's obviously cheaper to fly them to your neighborhood than it is to care for them permanently in those cities. So they've just been flying them, including tickets to Hawaii. That's something, isn't it? So on the Democrat side of anti-whiteism, we have, not only did we bring all of these anti-white intruders into the country, but they are staying, and we are going to airlift them to your little towns, to your big towns, to your medium size. We're going to airlift them to your white zip codes, where we tell them, hey, you're going to have the best opportunity at public assistance in these areas because that zip code is predominantly white. We're going to ship them all to these. And then we, the white race, who used to have an implicit representation in the Republican Party, we don't have anymore. We have defending us Rand, the no-dick pussy Paul, who says, oh yeah, we're getting rid of them. The 28,000 rapists and murderers whom we know are rapists and murderers and came in. Get rid of those whole 28,000. And the rest of them in your little town, in your medium town, in your big town, we're going to give amnesty to. And the first step to that amnesty is expanded work permits. Everybody it amazes me how quickly it went from pre-election. It's only been a couple of weeks. And everybody could see that the reason why Kamala was doing so poorly was her. She couldn't talk. She couldn't think. She kept making enormous gaffes. She said repeatedly, I'm going to continue the economy the way that Biden and I have made it. I'm going to continue. And everybody in America looking at their bills are like, I don't want more of this. And you have all these non-white populations who weren't going to vote for Trump, but they didn't go out to vote for Kamala because they're saying, all my bennies are gone. All my bennies have dried up. My town that used to be, the all black neighborhood that was kept aloft by white people's benefits just going all to them has a very profound Hispanic tenor to it. And that they're not getting along well, or Jamaican, and they're not getting along well. And they're like, I'm not voting for Kamala. I don't want more of this. So Kamala loses. That was just a couple of weeks ago. Already on this side of it, days later. And these takes about why Trump won are out of this world. Like, these people weren't even alive 2.5 weeks ago. Where are they coming from? All of a sudden, these brand new takes on both sides, too, on both sides of the aisle. All of a sudden, these takes, they all serve anti-whiteism on both sides of the aisle. Every take, Democrat and Republican, serves anti-whiteism. Everybody can clearly saw the day before the election, and the day after, they got amnesia. So, very quick look here. I want to just show you this.
This is Savannah Hernandez standing in front of the St. Bridget's Reticketing Center here in New York. And I wanted to see if this program was still ongoing, because this is the same program that saw Jose Ibarra, the illegal immigrant who brutally murdered Laken Riley, get a free
You're in America. Say Ibarra.
plane ticket so he could fly from New York into Georgia. Unfortunately, this program is still ongoing, with Mayor Eric Adams even
Look at all these wonderful anti-white intruders that are going to come to your neighborhood, being shipped out from New York, Chicago, DC, plane tickets all over. We were reading stories about them, planes coming from abroad with folks like this being shipped in from reputable news sources, mainstream news sources. Check it out for yourself.
putting out in a press statement this past Monday that the city has purchased 47,000 tickets to transport
And you know that those numbers are going to be far below the actual numbers.
migrants from New York City across the United States of America.
Ya me quiero ir de aquí, quiero avión. Sí, quiero avión.
¿A dónde va?
Para Honolulu.
Honolulu. I'll never have enough money to visit Honolulu. But hey, you could be an anti-white and non-white, show up in the U.S. illegally, and you could get shipped there on my dime. That's awesome. So that's what they're doing. That's what they're busily doing over there on the Democrat side of the aisle. And what about Trump and the big promise to pardon everybody from Patriots Day? Well, our little speaker, or what is the proper title for Caroline Leavitt? White House press speaker. Let's pull that story up. Beyond frustrating, Trump appointed judge blasts January 6 possible blanket pardons. Since President-elect Donald Trump's election victory, his past vows to pardon defendants. Now, would the harder core anti-whites pardon them? You damn well know. I'm sorry, where is that woman that actually set a bomb off in the Capitol? Was she pardoned? Vowed to pardon defendants from a Capitol attack on January 6th has stoked a surge of people seeking to delay their cases and prompted a Trump-appointed judge to call the possibility beyond frustrating and disappointing. Now, as far as I'm concerned, if somebody went out on Patriots Day and like went up and cold-cocked a police officer or something, no, you don't get to punch some cop in the face, for example, and then you're going to get a pardon because you were there that. I mean, that's ridiculous. Who even knows who that is? How do you even know that you would just encourage that kind of behavior? But if that person, let's say somebody who cold cocks a police officer, if that person is also charged with other charges that are not warranted because it wasn't cold cocking a police officer, then all of that should be pardoned, as far as I'm concerned. Everybody, you could just look at all of these charges, everybody, and it's going to be almost everyone, almost every single person. More than 1,500 people have been charged for the riot, and more than 1,000 have been sentenced in the attack by Trump supporters that injured 140 police officers and temporarily halted Congress from counting electoral college votes, certifying President Joe Biden 2020 election victory. In my opinion, totally stolen. The 80 plus million votes for him, bullshit. In my opinion, the longest sentences were for seditious conspiracy. Okay, all of that, pardon. Sedition, ridiculous. Trump's own federal charges of conspiracy and obstruction of Congress are in the midst of being dropped after his election under Justice Department policy, barring prosecution of a sitting president. Trump has called the rioters patriots and said he was inclined to pardon many of them. Amid a surge of defendants asking for delays in their case, U.S. District Judge Carl Nichols, who was appointed by Trump, voiced disappointment in the blanket pardons. Blanket pardons for all January 6 defendants or anything close would be beyond frustrating and disappointing. Who gives a shit? Quit then. But that's not my call. According to a transcript, in postponing the trial for Edward Jacob Lang of New York. Okay, so what you have is all of these people are saying, no, let's not move forward with my case until we know what Trump's going to do. Let's not move forward with my sentencing until we know what Trump's going to do. And some of these judges are saying, no, you're going straight to jail. And they're just sending them. Let's see. I want to get down to, oh, look, I just spotted her name. Caroline Leavitt, who, of course, our No White Guilt clips dunked on in a big way, introduced her to the concept anti-white in a big way. Big salutes to that champion. Trump has chosen his White House spokesperson, issued a statement saying he would make a pardon decision on a case-by-case basis. That doesn't sound good. That does not sound good at all for those who thought that Trump was going to come back as this conquering force and he was going to make right the injustice and injustices of the past. He's obviously not. I mean, I guess we'll see. But the way it looks right now is that Trump is there's not going to be any mass deportation. I mean, we already said that wasn't going to happen. But now the evidence is surfacing. No mass deportations. They're all staying. They'll all get amnesty. And there isn't going to be a mass pardon. So you're not going to see a bunch of people released from Patriots Day. In other words, you're going to have all of those political prisoners, and is such the case in the anti-white America. Prisons are full of political prisoners who are heretical to some degree, not anti-white enough to some degree. They might not know what it's called. They might not know why, but the prisons are full of these people because the politicians are anti-white too. Nobody's going to come stand up for them. So in a way, this is going to be sobering for a lot of people. And that's exactly what we need. Because those are the people that we're going to end up talking to. Those are the people that we're going to end up bringing to the light of white well-being, bringing to the truth, bringing to the concepts so that they can stop. We need Republican and MAGA people, conservative people, to stop viewing the sociopolitical landscape in terms of, and the concepts of these two parties. We need them to begin to use the concepts of go free. Even if they never even hear of go free, we need them to begin to use these concepts. That's the only thing that's going to change these outcomes. It doesn't get any bigger, any brasher, any bolder, any more Las Vegas than this last election. And this is, and maybe even more so, the 2016. And as you can see, here's what is already coming to fruition. What kind of things are people going to get over the next 4 years? Not enough to really matter. Some of them are going to be okay with that. They're going to still be of the mindset, well, it's better than, and it is better than what Kamala would have been doing. But I mean, giving amnesty a la Dickless Paul, giving amnesty to 10 million people, not going to be America anymore. It's not going to be apple pie anymore. It's going to be apple burrito. Let me take a look at what you all are saying. Before we proceed and talk about Putin and his flexing on the world. There's the great Slaughtz. Trump is worried about his life after presidency. He made promises he wouldn't keep to get the presidency to protect himself. Yes, that's true. He absolutely did. Stumbling Sin and Entropy, thank you. I'll be checking on those shortly. Baz is here. Max and Rob is here. Corey is here. Jay Bishop is here. Ivan the Horrible is here. Cool, Papa J Magic's in the house. Great to see the heroes. Bryce is here. Greetings, brother. What do you say about the need for our own to put our money and, is that assets, where our mouths are? Moving to communities of white well-being advocates, donating percentage of incomes to white positive groups. There are opportunities to move for individuals and families to move into proximity. But as far as us, like as a community, there are too few of us, for one thing, because it would be a small percentage of the overall anyhow. But at some point in the future, it might be possible that some of us move here or some of us move there in proximity to each other. But usually what's meant when we're talking about this sort of thing is like really kind of occupying or taking over or starting a town or occupying a town somewhere. And it's just, first of all, that's dangerous. because the anti-whites will identify and destroy. We need to be everywhere and nowhere. We need the popularity. It's not our physical bodies. It is the popularity and use of these concepts. So we need to think more in terms of, we need city block by city block, town by town, exurb by exurb, suburb by suburb, to begin speaking with these concepts, using these concepts that undermine the anti-white narrative while there is still time. Everywhere that can be. The use of the concepts prevents the anti-whites from eradicating the entity. If we were a town, they would just come wipe us out. If we were a couple of blocks of a town somewhere, they could just come finish us off in various ways. It doesn't have to be like Waco style, various ways to finish off the community. But if it is a collection of concepts, an ideology that spreads, there isn't an amount of guns or an amount of money or an amount of tech that can extirpate it. That's important because that plane is completely controlled by the anti-whites. That plane of physical violence, of money, of tech, there is no competition there. So like I said, I mean, we can have scenarios where we move into proximity with each other, individuals or families, just for the benefit of helping each other out and the camaraderie and leaning on each other and etc. That can be the case. But as far as like a big moving to a location somewhere, not a good strategy. That would be the end. Thank you for the question, though. Promethean Healing says, howdy, everyone. Great to see you, brother. Who else do we have here? Red Dog, Masumek, the Nameless One. Lunder the Thunder, Marilyn is here. Flaxen is here. Forgotten, hello and welcome. Jay Bishop says, like you said, Jason, the Republican Party is the new Democrat Party. Absolutely is. I mean, Rand Paul coming out and he's like, yeah, we'll just have amnesty. We need to do something that feels good. Like, feels good to who, buddy? Not to the white race, not to the white people who watch their wages drop and watch their health insurance costs go up and their taxes go up and the crime go up in their neighborhood. But far more importantly, the white people who watch their civilization change before their very eyes to not reflect us anymore. Not good for us, doesn't feel good to us. But Paul is playing by the anti-white moral metric. Charlie says, we need you, Jason. Thank you. I appreciate that. We need you too. The great Brant Danger. Dean Danger is in the house. Samuski is here. He said, in the words of King Dice, oh, what's this now? Yeah, exactly. Stumbling asking about that girl. What is her TikTok name? Don't know. But I did retweet, and maybe you can find it out there. Our children are already a numerical minority, says Cool Papa J Magic. As far as the youth population goes, it absolutely is the case. Yep, you're 100% right. One's heart needs to be on fire to fight anti-whiteism, says Samuski. 100%. Cool Papa J Magic says the anti-Jew thing is happening less and less in his YouTube threads. Not saying it's going away, just that I've seen it less. Could be censorship ramping up. The censorship is ramping up big time. It's an important thing to mention. Thank you for bringing that point up. The anti-whites, your common run-of-the-mill anti-white scum, weren't able to defeat Donald Trump. So, and they know they're not going to be able to do anything to him now. So they're going to take it out on the white people that they can get their hands on. So you need to be on the lookout for. That's what these freaks, the anti-white freaks, are doing. Is they're looking out, they're looking to censor, they're looking to shut down, they're looking to sue, they're looking to anything you can imagine. They're going to get at the white person they can get at, since they can't get at Trump. And Trump's not going to do anything to protect us. It'd be nice if Trump decided to unilaterally do something to YouTube and say, no, you're not going to censor arbitrarily anymore. And you're going to have to tell the content creators exactly what they can and can't do. And you're going to have to tell them exactly what you believe they did to break your TOS. No more black box garbage. No more no more discrimination because they're not anti-white enough. That would be nice, but he's not going to do it. He doesn't even have the balls for it. But even if he started talking about it, pussies like Rand Paul are going to say, oh, no, I don't know if that has a good look to it. First Last is here. Yiz the Unifier is here, but she's going. Good night. Corey is here. Great to see you. Maxim Rob says, how do they end? Well, they end up becoming citizens. And this has happened numerous times over the years. They're going to start with an expanded work permit process. And then once they give all of these many millions the legal right to be in the United States and work, they then move to the next step, which is, well, it's not fair for them to be, and this will be numerous arguments, but here's one. It's not fair for them to work in the United States and be taxed without representation. And if they can't vote, they don't have representation. And so we need to put them on a pathway to becoming a citizen. And that's how you get amnesty. SN says, let's hope Trump will prove us all wrong about what you're saying. I hope. I mean, who's he going to be left with, though? The Thune is going to turn against him. Johnson probably will as well. I mean, I can kind of count on that. Who will be like the stalwarts that will stay by Trump's side? He's hired tons of females. They're all going to melt. They're all going to melt like a snowman thrown into a kiln. Who's going to stay by his side? Tom Homan? A guy who doesn't even have a real job? Who else? Mestizo Karf is here. Great to see you, brother. Apple churros stands on every corner. No thanks. Yeah, that's what it's going to be, though. Spartan is here, sipping tea and listening to No White Guilt. That's what I'm doing, but with coffee, my friend. I think we need to give a loud to obviously the anti-whites in the Democrat Party, but more so directed to the anti-whites in the Republican Party, anti-whites who are Republican voters, this new Democrat Party that the Republican Party is. A big middle finger to all of them, and we need to call them out for the anti-whites that they are.
You preach of love, equality, and peace, while releasing my kin, a vile disease. Sanctimonious soul
to lies and deceit. You speak of humanity but wish us obsolete. You brand us with guilt for your anti-white gold, but I see your scheme, your rotten soul exposed. I see you now, you snakes in the grass, cowards and leeches, your virtue won't last. With eyes of ice, I watch you squirm, envy laid bare, your fuel for the burn. You talk of justice, yet cover our name, erase our history except where you defame. You whine for empathy while you conspire to snuff out our people, fan anti-white fire. But your masks are slipping, your guise is decrepit, your patheticness laid bare, trying to flee the credit. I see you now, you snakes in the grass, cowards and leeches, your virtue won't last. With eyes of ice, I watch you squirm, envy laid bare, your fuel for the burn.
The great Slaughtz, ladies and
Want us
gentlemen.
to bow, to fade, to kneel, but we stand tall, your lies revealed. You preach your love, but seethe with spite. Anti-whites exposed, we receive your blight. I see you now, you snakes in the grass, cowards and leeches, your virtue won't last. With eyes of ice, I watch you squirm, envy laid bare, your fuel for the burn. Your time is ending, your fraud laid bare. The storm is coming, feel the chill in the air. For every word you used to condemn, know this now, you'll learn the meaning again.
The great Slaughtz, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into Putin and no snakes in the grass here. No anti-white snakes allowed. We'll get into Putin and flexing his muscles here. Ain't it? We talked the other day about Biden giving the authority to use ATACs, which are supersonic missiles, and they were used against Russia. Important to understand as well that to fire both the ATAC system and the Brits gave the authority to use Storm Shadow missiles, similar missile. You need the personnel of those countries to assist. So that is effectively the United States and the UK firing missiles into Russia proper. And Russia, you might have heard, had a response to this. They changed their stance on the use of nuclear weapons, specifically tactical nukes, on the battlefield. Although I understand that there aren't really any mass troop locations or buildups in Ukraine, so nowhere for a tactical nuke to really be effective, although maybe just setting one off would get attention. Instead, after changing that verbiage, Putin opted for the use of what was initially thought to be an intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBM, but it ended up being an intermediate range IRBM ballistic missile that is hypersonic and therefore beyond the capabilities of knocking down, at least ostensibly. They can load those missiles with nuclear warheads. They exit the atmosphere, they come back down, and then they deposit those warheads, conventional or nuclear, onto various targets. And so they hit a target, an industrial city, on the Dnieper River. I think it was Dnipro, I think the city is called. We'll see here maybe in just a second. And just to demonstrate that they're not messing around. There are a number of weeks now left. We are weeks away from Donald Trump coming in January, assuming the presidency, and potentially putting an end. We want an input to this. He said he would put an end to it. We expect him to put an end to it. I think most people anticipate that the deal will be that Russia gets to keep the territory that it has conquered. And probably, I'm guessing that Russia would demand that Ukraine is not going to be considered for NATO, because what would be the point for Russia if it were still considered for NATO? What would be the point in ending the conflict? But it was Trump's regime that put missiles in Ukraine. So we'll see. We're hoping, we expect. The only chance of peace was with Trump in office. So we're hoping the brothers' war will come to an end and there won't need to be further displays by the Russian anti-white regime of its power and capabilities. The use of an experimental missile, Dnipro, against Dnipro, there it is right there, was designed to send a message to Biden that Moscow has no intention of backing down. Incoming President-elect Donald Trump has promised to end Russia's war in Ukraine, and members of his team have said they are willing to force Kiev to cede occupied land to Moscow and cut off military support to reach a deal. The attack signals an end by the Kremlin to limit room for maneuver by President Joe Biden, who has authorized the use of key U.S. weapon systems by Ukraine, including tactical missiles and anti-personnel mines, in the hope of shoring up its defensive capabilities. Yeah, defensive capabilities. A little bit is being made of the fact that American and British troops had to fire these missiles, but American and British troops have been participating all along. It's ultimately been a conflict between the anti-white regime in the US, UK, etc., against the anti-white regime in Russia, not just colloquially, but in fact, when the US is supplying the money for the conflict, shoring up the economy for the conflict in Ukraine, supplying the intelligence and the weapons, that's war. That is war. And Russia knows it's war. When the US participated in the missile that took out that Russian destroyer or whatever that was in the Black Sea, Russia knew. So Russia knows today that the US and Brits are participating in the firing of these supersonic missiles. It might be even that more of these missiles are introduced as Trump comes to office. Who knows? Who knows? Or are used in the conflict. There's probably more chance that there is more chance that this war comes to a halt than there is freedom for the patriots jailed on Patriots Day. But we'll see. Quote, Russia struck the Yuzhmash plant, munitions manufacturer in Dnipro city with a non-nuclear hypersonic ballistic missile. The Orshnik, President Vladimir Putin said in a televised address. He also left the door open for more strikes outside Ukraine. Russia considers itself entitled to use weapons against facilities of those countries that allow their weapons to be used against Russian facilities. I think he's talking about manufacturers in some of these European countries. And he's letting them know that if you're supplying the weapons, then it's legitimate for us. We see it's legitimate for us to go ahead and wipe out those plants. Well, Putin's statement is ambiguous because ultimately, what did I say this was from the very beginning? A war of attrition. The anti-white oligarchs, America and UK and the rest, they were just going to keep funneling white bodies and then maybe also non-white bodies up into Ukraine, just keep funneling them up into the gears of war and bankrupt Russia in the process. And thereby destabilizing the regime, the rule of those anti-oligarchs there, to the point that they have to surrender and allow the anti-white oligarchs in the US and the rest to just move eastward up to the border of Russia. These oligarchs, anti-white oligarchs in the US at all, are not going to take allyship. They want capitulation. Ultimately, that's the ultimate goal. Because that's how money and power, that's how it works. So that's what their objective is. That's what they're after. And therefore, Russia knows. Putin knows. Those oligarchs know. We've got to send the signal that we will fight to the death. We will use the nukes. We've got to let them know that we will use the nukes. Striking a weapon manufacturer in Poland or Estonia or Germany or wherever might end up being, that's probably the closest possibility. Not striking an embassy, which they had mentioned, not strike, that kind of thing. If it gets bad, that would be the next escalation. Videos of the strike in Dnipro show a series of 6 clusters of munitions breaking through the clouds over Dnipro on a rapid ballistic trajectory. Today, there was a new Russian rocket, Zelensky said in a video address from his official account on the messaging service Telegram. Today, our crazy neighbor once again showed what he really is and how he despises dignity, freedom, and people's lives. So disgusting. Said the military analysis of the characteristic of the weapon included its speed and altitude it reached on its trajectory, indicated it was an intercontinental ballistic missile. And I think they've since said, no, that's not the case. Let me see if there's any other. And then I think they hem and haw here a little bit about it's not that special of a weapon, and it's just a modification on one of their other rockets. They're just trying to allay your concerns over the possible continuation of the war. Russia really can't do anything. We're just going to beat them. Just it's going to be another day or two and it's going to be over. So don't worry, we'll beat them. Your recent actions seem to be pushing the world closer to the brink of nuclear war, said a Republican of Texas, Keith Self, in a letter to the president. Americans do not want World War III. Exactly. We don't want it. And that's what people were saying. That's the big push for this election was mass deportation, end of the war. Mass deportation, end of the war. Guess we're going to see if the voters get even a semblance of what they wanted. Quote, there aren't that many benefits for Russia to use nuclear weapons. We don't have any concentration of forces. That would result in catastrophic damage. Killing one battalion with a nuke is irrational. One American analyst said, I disagree with the assessment that Putin is an irrational actor. He is rational. He just has it's just that his rationale is built on incorrect assessment of Ukraine prior to the invasion. Well, that's just an opinion that you have. All that we care here is that the war ends ASAP, but our job is to promulgate the tools from Go Free. And if we do that successfully, broadly enough, and reach enough people, we can make a difference, a very big difference, perhaps a colossal difference in our lifetimes. It's our duty to address the mean pathogens in ourselves. We can watch these things and we talk about them so that you know how to talk about them with your friends and family and strangers who will likely bring these things up. And you'll have a mature position when you introduce the concepts that will liberate those audiences of yours. And with that, we'll be right back.
In the quiet of the morning, where our Westmen's hopes reside, we find the peace in working, where our forebears once did stride. No envy, no sanctimony disturbs our steady hand, for in the service of our people we heal our precious land. Oh, the peace that's lost to lies, multiracialist despair. What took millennia to build, a moment could impair. Yet we rise, we build, we hold the line for Western kind so dear. In the comfort of our people's love, there is nothing we need fear. See the farmer till the soil, his sweat a gift to all. See the scholar guard our wisdom, lest our mighty pillars fall. In the craftsman's patient labor and the mother's gentle care, we find the light of Western kind, a legacy so rare. Oh, the peace that's lost to lies, multiracialist despair. What took millennia to build, a moment could impair. Yet we rise, we build, we hold the line for Western kind so dear. In the comfort of our people's love, there is nothing we need fear. But beware the path of hatred, where antiwhiteism reigns, where sanctimony's whispers are but the links of chains. For in their quest to equalize, they tear down what we've grown. The negativity they spread leaves our people all alone. Yet in the light of white well-being, our Westmen stand as one. The farmer, scholar, mother, each plays their role until the day is done. In their work a simple truth, a love that will not fade. For in the heart of Western kind, our future's foundations laid. Oh, the peace that stands so firm when love for kin is clear. What took millennia to build, we shall protect without fear. We rise, we build, we hold the line for Western kind so dear. In the comfort of our people's love, there is nothing we need fear.
In the quiet of the morning, where our Westmen's hopes reside, we find the peace in working, where our forebears once did stride. No envy, no sanctimony disturbs our steady hand, for in the service of our people we heal our precious land.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
It is time for some swashbuckling celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your raucous emojis. We're going to celebrate the people who did some amazing things over the course of the past week, and they are glorious, as is always the case. And always looking forward to inspire those of you out there who are already hard at work for white well-being, and those who are new and would like to participate. We would like to see you having the kind of successes that these people are having. And we're going to start off celebrating, of course, Franklinator, all of his hard work, everywhere that he is, all the hard work that he does, behind the scenes, beside the scenes, above the scenes, below the scenes, in front of the scenes. Franklin is at work, and we do appreciate him, and that's why we celebrate our swashbucklers. One of the things that he does that's very important, swashbuckling-wise, of course, are these timestamps that he puts on these streams so that people can find the places that they want to watch and listen. And make sure that when you see that you give it a thank you, you give it a heart, you give it a like, whatever it is, when you see those timestamps up on the thread underneath of the video. Tantamount to that, maybe even greater, is that he shows up every single week to use the dialogic of Go Free with Donald Trump Jr., the number one son of our president, the number one son who talks to dad and who says things, and dad always heeds what number one son has to say. And we were able to get anti-white to come out of Donald Trump's mouth, say that it can't be allowed, anti-whiteism in this country can't be allowed either because Donald Trump Jr. using it. And Franklin is always there. And this week he would like to thank, for attending that show with him, Ivan Zahabable, who was it was Ivan this week. So big thank you. Get out the raucous emojis for Ivan, doing a great job. Loving Ivan. Every time we turn around, he's rocking and beautiful, and we love it. Also want to thank Irish Christ, who up in Canada is doing an amazing job for white well-being. Just this past week, we saw a video of him over on Yizzy Unifier's channel. He was out in public. He had signage. He was distributing leaflets to people about anti-whiteism in his area. Big salutes to Irish Christ and his hard work for white well-being. Raucous emojis for this gentleman, please. Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen, has produced an entire playlist of white well-being Christmas music. And we're going to be sharing much of that with you, obviously, over, I guess all of it, over the course of December. Let's give it up for the great Anglo-Saxon NWG. Crowns and raucous emojis, quadruple 07s. It is a wonderful thing. I've heard a little bit of a piece here and there, and it's fantastic. We'll be sharing it. Make sure you share it as well so that we can reach as many people as we can. Try to get out from underneath of this horrific censorship that we face. I want to celebrate, again, Matt Murray here on YouTube, also as Stop Anti-Whiteism on Instagram. He has been making a bunch of different songs and little clips, including me, including my voiceover on Instagram, doing some really interesting work, and has just made a video using AI on YouTube. Big salutes to this swashbuckler and his hard work in service to white well-being. Very happy with what we are seeing there. Let's go ahead and prop up on the screen Who do we have here? One of Western kind. Quadruple 07s, spreading the lexicon, spreading these concepts is the most important thing beside treating yourself for anti-whiteism, is the most important thing that you can do. And it is the thing that you can have enormous success at. It is the thing that your words can end up introducing these powerful ideas to people with more contacts, with more money, with more talent in this or that area, changing the world we live in. One of Western kind doing it like there is no tomorrow. Big salutes. 60,000 views under the post, an original by Original Ruddick. 60,000 views of that audience. One of Western kind writes, anti-whites trying to insert white erasure of Western gender norms into our past and associate it with our ancestors so as to cement it here and now to harm us. A brilliant dialectic used by one of Western kind right there. Absolutely brilliant. Knowing, as we teach here in Service to White Well-Being, that history is a tool and nothing more of the present. It is a tool of the present. And that's exactly what he's pointing out there. That's what the anti-whites are doing to continue to propagate their control through time into the future. Big salutes to one of Western kind. Brilliantly done. Concepts and dialectic, we love it. Eric this week really rocking it over there on Pauline Hanson's Please Explain. Eric saying, Pauline is the only politician I'm aware of that isn't afraid to address the growing anti-whiteism in this country, Australia. That's why she always gets my vote. 350 likes from ordinary, bleeding the essence of anti-white, of Australia into the fields and the streets and the cities, making that place Australia, otherwise not Australia. A true champion, Eric, is getting these people's support. We also have agreement here. We have responses, a highlighted reply, 8 replies there, 26 replies over here. I love it. Putting people in the right frame of mind to address our victimization. Again, Eric here under Pauline Hanson. Please explain. Who else loves how Pauline isn't afraid to call out the anti-whiteism in the country? How many people working on 300 normal, law-abiding, tax-paying essence of Australia, the actual Australians. 300 of them working on. Magnificent. Then you have him down here as well. Another 180 likes, working on 200 likes. Who else is sick of the growing white erasure taking place in this country? Big salutes to Eric, ladies and gentlemen. He's doing a glorious job. We love this guy in Australia. A swashbuckling extraordinaire. Biospirit of the West himself. The OT leader, ladies and gentlemen. Biospirit of the West. Throwing out a meme, and this is under I am yes, you are no. 25,000 views on I am yes, you are no's audience on his thread. 25,000. Is that 1,000 likes and climbing? Many dozens and dozens of retweets when you see yet another advertisement depicting biological white erasure. He says this is an ad with lots of anti-whiteism and a puking face. How appropriate. We love it. Well done by the swashbuckling commander himself. Biospirit of the West. Show him love. Hans de Skipper rocking over here under I am yes, you are no as well. 13,000 views, hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets. He writes this: representation is an anti-white representation is an anti-white pretext for white erasure. It's never a problem if whites go to zero. Absolutely brilliantly put by Hans de Skipper. Getting the views under I am yes, you are no, somebody who we need to use these people who, for whatever reasons, they become popular. Maybe they are pushed, maybe it's organic, they become popular. We need to be in these places to promulgate the tools that liberate our people. No IQ clips, ladies and gentlemen. 35,000 views, hundreds of likes and retweets. Ethno-nationalism was defeated, he writes, and has a clip of yours truly. We cannot go back to anything the anti-whites already have been able to defeat. A magnificent, shimmering dialectic. Well done to the great No White Guilt Clips, who is an unstoppable as they come. Show him love. Homeless Bear got into the swashbuckling this week under Radio Genoa. A white man has disappeared in advertisements of major global brands. Anyone know why? Ask Radio Genoa. Homeless Bear, swashbuckling champion, knows exactly why. Well, BlackRock owns most global brands, and they do not hide the fact that they reward their upper management monetarily for white erasing their workforce, and also punish them for not white erasing their workforce. Forcing behavior is the way their CEO puts it. Precisely. How many people got to see what Homeless Bear wrote? Magnificent use of the dialectic and concepts. How many? 100,000, working on 100,000 views, thousands of likes and retweets. Come unglued with love and joy for the great Homeless Bear, hero extraordinaire. And we're not even done there. Some time back, some weeks back, but we finally got a hold of it. Our very own, our friends, Lana and Henrik, decided to use some of the lexicon. Let's celebrate them as we give a listen to their usage.
Divide in this country, as I see it, even on the front of religion, is not between those who are members of different traditional religions, from Judaism to Christianity to Hinduism to otherwise. It is actually between those who have adopted traditional religion and those who pledge allegiance to a new religion of secularism, wokeism, transgenderism, climatism, COVIDism.
Anti-whiteism.
These are new secular religions that have become a substitute for traditional religion.
It's the Christopher Rufo, and it's like, oh my God, CRT is so bad. They're trying to divide us.
Oh,
right,
and they
Kathy?
even tried to say that CRT is an attack on Asians. I've heard that too.
Yep.
It's just like the elephant in the room. It's
That
all
no
an
one
attack
addresses.
on white people, and he's not going to say that because he doesn't care.
No.
Things he wants to do.
More Indians.
Make it easier for Indians to get into the UK. And then, of course, you have the mayor of London, who's anti-white, First Minister of Scotland, remember, who was personally
Celebrate.
more immigration.
more immigration.
Yep.
Scotland isn't
Celebrate.
white. Remember, he was
World Economic Forum young global leaders such as Youngkin or something like that. But yes, exactly. You prove that it works. It's not about race. Everybody's successful. We're getting along. We're just taking 2, 3, 4 steps back on some of the LGBTQ, insanity and nonsense and stuff, and then we'll live happily ever after together. We can mix out. We'll have white erasure.
but of course that never.
Oh, yes. Celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, the mighty duo, the couple that is rocking the world using anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure. We love them for that because that's what changes our destiny from one that is sanguinary to one that is liberated and beautiful and glorious. God bless these two, but we're not done yet. We have one more to celebrate, and it is the one and only King Dice has decided to return again to center stage.
And Donald Trump that we got a conservative majority on the Supreme Court. While they certainly have let us down on occasion, they're certainly better than the alternative, and the Democrats are still fuming about their ruling banning affirmative action, which is just a code word meaning anti-whiteism, black favoritism.
Yes.
And that was last June, but now we're finally starting to see some of the new data on the effects of this fantastic decision.
Big celebrate for King Dice. Affirmative action is anti-whiteism. It should have always been called that. It would have never passed. And with that, we'll be right back. We are going to celebrate the financial gifters right now, ladies and gentlemen. So keep your raucous emojis out. And we will head right on over to entropy in 1 second. First, though, we have Anonymous gifting $400 white well-being dollars. Come on, get out some crowns. $400 from Anonymous. Cool Papa J Magic is leaving in a minute. He's got to go. He says $400 for white well-being. Show the love to Anonymous. Raise him to the roof and glorify, ladies and gentlemen. Big celebration. Anonymous, $400. Thank you for the crowns. Thank you for the applause, the raucous emojis. Keep it going. Dude Bro Moment on the Dude Bro Moment platform, formerly known as Entropy. It's coming in today. He came in a little late on Wednesday. It was $50 on Wednesday, $50 today, a total of $100 white well-being dollars by the one and only Dude Bro Moment. A big celebration for Dude Bro Moment. $100. Big celebrate, big quadruple 07s. You know what he writes, ladies and gentlemen. When this swashbuckler comes in, you know what he writes. On his steed that leaves nothing but a trail of flame behind it. For white well-being. God bless you, brother. Big salutes. We appreciate you. We will go ahead and refresh over here. And I will turn this direction, though I will make sure the mic is still working. It is. And let's see, what do we have over here? Do we have anything to celebrate over here? I don't think so. We'll come back, though, to everybody's tags and comments, and we'll see what everybody is having to say. Flipping back around to this side, we have subscribe star blank. We didn't miss anybody. Keep it going for Corey. Corey the champion, $50 over here on Cash App. God bless you. Hero, swashbuckling champ, comes to the fight with a mace. Every time he arrives, he's got a mace. He swings over his head. A mace of love. $50. God bless you. He says, with those $50 for ending our victimization. I appreciate that, brother. Big salutes to the champion, Corey. Now we will make sure we get to all of the other financial gifts that we have up. We have the great MC financially gifting $10 over here at Cash App. Thank you so much, MC. Really appreciate it. Said everything that had to be said with that financial gift. We have Yiz the Unifier, $5 financial gift, and she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Thank you, sister. Now remember, she's on tomorrow night, beginning at 6, and at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and goes till 8, a little bit after 8, with Discordant Dragons. You're going to want to check it out over on her channel. And then maybe we will have also the great For Null, if he's still here or not, and he can let us know if he will be on. And if he is, it will be Dragon Synth Adventures starting at around 8 p.m. And it is glorious music and visuals, and he chimes in. You can chat with him and all of us, and I'll be there at both if they both occur. I will be there. We also have Robert financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, good brother. Promethean healing all around. He says with those 10 glorious, beautiful dollars. Promethean healing all around. Thank you so much, Robert. Really appreciate it. And we have the great Slaughtz over here. $5 from the great Slaughtz on the Cash App. And he says, in the name of HB 2014. Where is HB? Hope he's doing okay. In the name of HB 2014. Thank you, Slaughtz. $5 financial gift. God bless you for that. I think First Last said, keep checking, keep checking. First Last, keep checking. $100. Getting some crowns, ladies and gentlemen. Drop some musical notes and some crowns on this hero. Type it into the little bar, emoji bar, music notes or music instruments, musical instruments. Drop them for First Last. $100 beautiful dollars to the defense of our babies, of our white babies. 100. And he says, with those $100, for what Trump should have been. Yes, for what Trump should have been. We shall see, brother. $100 in the name of for what Trump should have been. Big salutes. God bless you, man. God bless you. Thank you all for celebrating. Let's roll back around over here. And we will take a look at Entropy Dude Bro Moment platform, because I know Stumbling is over there. And we have from Stumbling, better like this or the other way, I don't know. He says, $3 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. He says, hails Jason. Recent UK farmer protests and 1 million signature petition to call a general election show there is growing dissent in the UK. But how to steer this impotency toward white well-being? Beautiful. First of all, brilliant that you noticed that all of that energy is potential. Now, they don't view what they're doing as potential. The conservatives in the UK will view it as the thing in and of itself, the petition, because they can look at anti-whites in the anti-white narrative, petition and march and get what they want. And because they're midwits or midget wits, they think, oh, this is what you do to get what you want. But they don't get what we get. They don't understand what we understand. They don't know. And all of that, what I'm saying right there, is part of the answer to your question. We have to get into their groups. We have to get into, are they on Twitter or X? Where are they talking? Where is this news? You want to pace them. You want to use something that they say or two things that they say, and you want to drop in the concepts that we need them to use. That will liberate them and us. That will change our destiny. All of these things, every time there is a move, it's a yellow vest movement, it's a whatever it is. They're protesting increasing taxation on fuel. They're protesting the banning of gas power. They're protesting the banning of, etc. We get in there. We say something that they say. We use a word or a concept that is common for them. And we drop the concepts, the dialectics in those exact same comments so that they see them, imitate them, and they get liberated. That's the way that we grab their energy and turn it into something that is from impotent to something that is potent, from something that is ineffective to something that is effective, something that will save our children, save our young from the hell that's coming, the absolute hell that is coming for all of them. Great question. And it, as you're pointing out, Stumbling brilliantly, that's an opportunity that we need to take. Well said. Thank you very much. Looks like no financial gifts on Odyssey or Rumble. I'll come back to the tags. Or D Live. All right, so I'm going to take a look at the tags. First on YouTube, we'll go around. We'll take a look at, actually first over here on the live chat on Twitter, since there are only two from Clean of White Noir. Thank you, brother. And he says, atonement cannot be made to a grievance never committed. Precisely. The 9 words. Thank you for that. Good to see you over there. First Last saying pace and lead. Pace and lead. That's what we have to do. We were never going, this is what I tried to explain many years back in the white sympathetic sphere when delivering literature, all of that garbage literature that was never going to do any good whatsoever. I tried to explain to people, we have a moment in front of them, a moment. They have a lifetime of learning what the world is. Behind them. They have a lifetime of learning what the world is in front of them. We have a moment. We have to give them something that, one, they'll see as useful to themselves, be able to identify it as useful. And two, we'll take away with them to use as they move forward in life, thereby turning all of this power wielded by anti-whites and anti-whiteism against anti-whites and anti-whiteism. We effectively usurp that power for ourselves by doing that. We effectively take control of their power. Sometimes it can be likened to judo, but I'd like to go further than that, because it's not, in judo, you're merely using the power of the other to redirect the motion. We are assuming the power. We are taking the power from them. When you teach a brother or sister out there, or you teach one of the good non-white people across the West how to see white erasure, they will all see the anti-whites every single time they do it. So it becomes our power rather than their power. It's not merely a deflection. It is an assuming, and we've done this by the intelligence of the white man. It is an assuming of all their wealth, of all their control, of all of their victories. It's truly stupefying how few people are able to comprehend this and then even to give a shit. It's stupefying. All right. No White Guilt, Westman Positivity is here. Anti-White Out is here. Great to see all of you. Hey, let folks know that we are live, and it looks like we didn't have very many people come out tonight. June is here. Great to see you. Thank you all for celebrating these heroes. I'll be looking for your tags. Tag me as No White Guilt on any of the platforms, including Twitter, X, YouTube, everywhere you can find. Tag us. Thank you for doing these streams. Just listening to the lexicon used, quote, in the background, if I am distracted, forms new thought chains. Very totally sterling point. Slaughtz. No surprise coming out of Slaughtz. No surprise. It creates this tapestry of normality. If you go out into the world, there are people, let me tell you, and it's infuriating to me, but there are people that over the years, they get exposed to these concepts, but they keep going back into, watching the news and then when I talk to them again, they're using the anti-white concepts. They're saying things like "we" for what America does. So we have to be in these conversations. We have to be hearing again and again and again and again how the concepts are used, when they're used, that they're everywhere. We have to be hearing the dialectics. We have to read it from each other. We have to hear it from each other. We have to be doing it, or it won't stay in place. You have to have a really supreme personality that says, and there are people like that. I'm like that I'm just going to stay the course no matter what the gale brings, no matter how vicious the storm, no matter how perfect the storm, I'm going to continue on this tack no matter what. But most people will need to hear again and again and again and again. And so that's what we have to do. And people can do this. It's not difficult. They do it in their lines of work. They do it in their hobbies. They do it in the gym. They do all the time. They do this all the time. So if you can do it in all of these places, then you can absolutely do it for the reclamation of our destiny. We have a lesson of the day to get to. We have one piece of mail to get to before we are out of here. Tag me as No White Guilt. We're also going to share some content creators while we are together. So let's see. What do we have? The lesson of today is the path to becoming an anti-white. We'll talk about that in a minute. First, we're going to get to the content creator share segment. We have the Foundation for White Wellbeing.com or .org. The foundation, that's a 501c3 that you can donate to, and tag yours truly if you would like to see that donation come to me. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.com.org. Andrei Moisejev, we played his gorgeous, magnificent part one of the Prometheus Symphony. And of course, that is written to the story of Prometheus rising. Our spirituality here in service to white well-being. Andrei Moisejev and all of these people are on YouTube. And so when I say they're at, it is at YouTube, but some of them you'll be able to find elsewhere as well. At Art of Myth. Schoolofthewest.world. That's the great Dean Danger, Brant Danger. God bless that champion. Yiz is at Yiz the Eunuch. Y-I-Z-Z, the Eunuch. And I'd mentioned to you her Discordant Dragons. She also has the Corner Club. And of course, on Thursdays, sometimes it's Empire of Lies. And then there's another show, sometimes on Thursdays. We have the great Fornul at Fornelius Newland at Fornelius Nulland. He has the Dragon Synth Adventure. He also has WesternKindGames.com on Twitter. As well, I have here as Fornull USA. His blog is westernparagon.blogspot.com. If that's still the right one, I could be corrected if it's not. Lovely Porridge at Jubilation Media at Jubilation Media. Follow him there. Final Blossom at Final Blossom. Also, his newsletter, Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter. And you can find that at finalblossom.substack.com. We have Biospirit of the West's White Wellbeing Cora. And that is nowhiteguilt.cora.com. And you'll find a number of our glorious authors, like Cindy Ben among them, over there. A wonderful, wonderful tool. He's also on Twitter at symbol BioSpiritWest. Find him there. For White Wellbeing at For White Wellbeing. Dino Storm at Dino Storm. Also, StudioDinoStorm.com. White Student Transmission as White Student T. Look him up and find him and his works. Aussie Mike, the great hero covering the victimization of white people in South Africa and sometimes other places of the world. And you can find him at Traditional Mike. Wing and Productions at Wing It Prod. Ye Old European, the Go Free Dutch website that is WESTERSWELZIJN.BE. Promethean Kitchen at Promethean Kitchen. He also has a Substack at Promethean Kitchen as well. Seamus is on YouTube as Samuski, SAMUSKI 36. And also on Twitter at CAPERNICUS 418. One of Western Kind here on Twitter at 1 of Western Kind. Anglo-Saxon NWG at Anglo-Saxon NWG. Based White, and he is at Based White NWG on Twitter, on YouTube, on Instagram, and we hope he will be back on Facebook very soon. No White Guilt Clips, ladies and gentlemen. The great Clips, you should be following him. Everybody producing clips, you should be following. He is at NWG Clips on Twitter. Let's see, I think that's the only one, NWG Clips. Elsewhere, he is No White Guilt Clips at No White Guilt Clips. YouTube, Instagram, Gab, BitChute, Facebook, Rumble, Truth Social. And on Instagram, you can find him at, already said Instagram. That is also No White Guilt Clips. You can also find him on TikTok as Jason Goes Political Show. Follow him. And if I missed anybody, or you think somebody is not producing content anymore, they have left the fold or whatever it is, reach out to me. Let me know so that I can make the corrections. That's the only way I'll know, is if you reach out, and then I can make corrections. Big applause to all these people. Please follow all of them so we can have community. This coming 4 years, especially as we get started here, is going to be in January tough on us. It's going to be tough on all white people who are not rabidly anti-white, as the anti-whites reach out to victimize all the white people that they can get their hands on. So be aware of that. Be aware of that in the workplace. Be aware of that at school. Be aware that they're going to take out the aggression that they have. So you saw all of these videos where they're crying, they're talking about murdering, on and on. Be aware that all of that aggression that will not be able to get satisfied on Donald Trump is going to be redirected, revectored at all of the white people they can get their hands on. That means there's going to be a lot of censorship. It's already started. It means it's going to be wild. And that right there is an important reason to make sure that you follow me on all of my platforms. Just because we have survived for all of these years on the platforms that we are on, just because that we do not condemn anyone of any race or any immutable characteristic, or condemn on the basis of religion. We never make a comment about any entire group of people for any negative appraisal just because of that. Just because we have non-white people in this community who oppose anti-whiteism with us. They fight anti-whiteism with us on various grounds. Most of the non-white people in this community are really good people, and they find it to be totally immoral to do what's being done to the white race. Just because we have all that does not mean that the anti-whites will hold their hand back and not censor us and off of entire platforms. So make sure that you are following me everywhere that you can. And if you say, but Jason, I only have a YouTube account, then you better find other accounts. You better follow me on other platforms, because you just never know. This is going to be a rocky 4 years. They are going to be looking for any and every excuse, and it's going to be brutally unfair. And there is no one is going to come in riding on a white horse to protect us from the censorship. It's just, it didn't happen when in 2016, when censorship was, and addressing the censorship was the will of the People's Revolution. If it didn't happen then, what do you think is going to happen now? So keep an eye out for that. The anti-white Republicans might create a little cutout for anti-white Republicans. Like, you'll be, if you're a homosexual guy and you're a Republican, well, you'll be able to share your opposition to some of the anti-whiteism. You know, there might end up being little cutouts, but who knows what's going to happen to the rest of us. This is how the anti-white works. They are demonic. They want to ruin. They want to vilify. They want to silence. They want to bludgeon. They want to bloody. They want to eradicate. They want to white erase. That's what is going on in their thinking. Never expect anything less than them. And that behavior. Never expect anything else. All right. So follow me everywhere. We have one piece of mail, and then we're going to get to the lesson of the day. I dipped into the mailbag, and I found a lovely little letter in there. Let's see what's in this letter. Well, it's written by a different anonymous than the anonymous that we mentioned earlier. An anonymous with absolutely beautiful cursive. And she writes, I so enjoy the White Well-Being Church. Your breakdown of the New York Post propaganda article on DEI was brilliant. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You pointed out its purpose, that it is to undermine the resistance of conservatives to anti-whiteism by using parallelism to quiet the discordance in the mind. Spotting the subtleties of propaganda and recognizing the sleight of hand mind control takes practice. And thank you. It's true. That's why I want to be here and to be able to talk with you all and to teach it so that we all can do it. And we all can then together use our individual talents, economy, contacts, etc., to liberate our people from the victimization of anti-whiteism. Lovely little card here from Anonymous. Thank you so much. And let's get out some raucous emojis. Let's celebrate. Let's applaud Anonymous. A financial gift accompanied this wonderful little letter, this wonderful little missive of $100. Big salutes. Big salutes. Throw out the crowns and gems. Throw out the laurel of victory. Do they have an emoji for the laurel of victory? Throw out some trophies for the $100 financial gift to White Well-Being. AOC is in house is 100%. Slaughtz is saying, thank you, Anonymous. Lunder is there first with the crowns, and it looks like a queen that he has crowned. God bless you. Big salutes. Thank you all celebrating Anonymous for this. Thank you so much. Yeah, being able to identify where the value in these lessons in the White Well-Being Church is an important testimonial. New people show up, they have a look, they're like, well, this is different. I don't know these concepts yet. First time I'm hearing them. They care about white people being victimized, and that's, I've learned, is immoral. So I don't know about this yet. But then they hear testimony like that, like, hey, this is where I gleaned a lot of value from something that was being said. Then that ends up being swashbuckling success, swashbuckling victory. So we deeply appreciate that, Anonymous. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for the testimonial of $100 White Well-Being dollars. Red Dog Kinfolk is here. Dai Shaddai is here. Hello to you. Great to see you all. I'm going to take a look across the platforms to see if we have any tags for yours truly. I'm going to get into the lesson of the day. It's an important lesson because we often come across people who say, well, where do the anti-whites come from? Who are they? Why are they here? You immediately know when you hear something like that you're dealing with either rank midwittery or somebody who's new. And so we can understand the neophyte and we can be kind to the neophyte. We can hold their hand and help them across the finish line here. And that's the understanding. Sometimes people come in and they're hostile. And we have to address that too. And I think, for most of them, I'm just going to say maybe moving forward, or at least try to say, because I'm so fed up with and really despise them. But I'm just going to try to say, hey, when you are adult enough to want to do something about our victimization, come back. When you want to complain, when you just want to bitch, when you want to litigate a case against a group of people, which we don't do here, then you could just go do that elsewhere. But if you ever get to the point that you actually want to change the world you live in, your life, the existence of your family, their lives, you actually want to prevent your sons and daughters from hating Western kind and Western civilization, you actually want to do something, you're welcome back. Otherwise, see ya. Let me look over here and see what we have on Premium Rumble. Great to see White Rattlesnake over there saying hello. JS says, we're over here because ScrewTube sucks. Full of anti-whites and anti-whiteism. So there's a lot of truth to that. We have Kitty over there. Kitty saying, Rand Paul tossing it to the localities is a no-go because it's a federal responsibility to control borders, as courts will tell the states that act unilaterally to stop illegals from entering. Yeah, that's true. States, give it to the states. It'll be better than. Who occupy the state governments? Who are the people voting in the states? Are they burdened with the anti-white narrative? Yes. It's not going to all get better. The only way to make it all better is with the Go Free lexicon. Thank you for that, Kitty. Over here on D Live, we have Northern Power is over there and just followed me on D Live. Welcome. And he says he's proud to be white. Good. And what else does he have in here? Something 100 million need to be deported. Ah, okay. Trump might deport. And then he writes 15 or 20 million. No way. I don't see that. Unfortunately, you would need me in charge to get 20 million, 10 or 20 million deported. But hello to you. Good to see you over there on D Live. Here on Odyssey, we have Who to Thunk It. Financially gifting 4 library tokens. Thank you for those tokens. And he asks, what is your opinion on mentally ill people? And then parenthetically, someone like an unambiguous, what is that? Unambiguous criminal, kleptomaniac, etc., who still use the lexicon of white well-being. Are they perfidious traitors in waiting? Self-interested? Is it a sign of possible redemption? It is a potential sign of redemption. Could they also go bad and turn against? Yes, absolutely. Where we are right now is we want everybody using, as many people as possible as we can, using the lexicon, using the dialectics. So if a person out there is a kleptomaniac and they can't stop shoplifting everywhere they go, then their use of the lexicon online or what have you is still going to be beneficial overall. Now, we, as advocates for white well-being, we know that we are the message. So we want to be as sterling of character as possible. We want to be noble. We want to be heroic in our story. We want the people around us to know that we are self-improvers. We want people around us to know that we don't have to be wealthy to be meticulous about details in your dress, in your home, your living, your car. Your car doesn't have to be a Jag, which is now Flag. Your car doesn't have to be that, but keep your car clean. Clean out the interior of your car. If people are going to see your automobile, then let them see a vehicle that is attended to. Doesn't have to be rich. Be the message. And more people will take your words and your opinions seriously because they'll take it in that light. It is the halo effect influencing everything else that you say. But that's a good question. Never thought about, like, what if somebody who's a klepto decides to use the lexicon? And yeah, absolutely, they could be on a path to, like, where does the kleptomania come from? It would depend, I guess, on different cases. But maybe it has, in part, at its root, anti-whiteism. Maybe it is a white person who is being self-destructive, a white person who's trying to be caught, a white person who is getting a thrill from theft because he or she can't get a thrill from a lot of other areas in life, like climbing the ladder at work, being recognized for being a champ in the local lodge or at school or at work or in the community or what have you. And so this is all that's left. Could be that. But in a connection to that is the reality that the vast majority of the illnesses that afflict our people today are going to be, to some degree, caused or influenced by anti-whiteism. They don't exist in a void. We live in the cauldron of anti-whiteism. We are affected from our birth. Things that we see as part and parcel of our own identity is really anti-white poisoning. Those are the things that are some of the most difficult to remove. Those are the crimes by anti-whites that are really unforgivable. So we'll take a look at the lesson of today and your comments. Thank you all for participating and for being here. We will keep an eye on the financial gifts to make sure that we don't miss anybody. And we have one right here, June, financially gifting $5 today. Thank you so much, June. $5. And she says, thank you, King Kuna, for all your work and for this channel that educates me in using the lexicon. Looking forward to using the lexicon at Thanksgiving gatherings. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Happy Thanksgiving to you. God bless you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for your service to white well-being, June. And brings up a great point. We are all of those in the States and the expats who are around the world who also still celebrate Thanksgiving are going to be sitting down with family members. We do the opposite of what the cucks do. We do the opposite. We could be polite. It depends on the circumstance. And most Thanksgiving dinners, being polite is going to be the path to take. But we're going to be firm. We're not going to be silenced. This idea of no politics, no religion is Bravo Sierra. When we sit down in those family gatherings, or we're standing at the family gatherings, if someone is anti-white, we call that out. We win at the dinner table. We win at the Thanksgiving get-together. We win at the lathe. We win at the water cooler. That's where you have to win. That is the battlefield. That is where the West was lost. There was no great, and we say this and we say it again and again because it has to be said again and again to contextualize and to concretize our story. We've got to say it again and again. The West was not defeated in a battle, in a battlefield Kinetic is usually the word used for tanks and jets and bullets. And we weren't defeated there. We were defeated in all of these mundane, all of these sublunary places is where we were defeated. That's where the West was defeated. And that is the only place that we can take it back. There is no other option. It's got to be taken there. So when we get into, prepare yourself. Do you have that uncle? Do you have that aunt? Do you have that cousin? Do you have that brother or sister that's going to be showing up that's anti-white? Depending on your household, you're going to evaluate the context yourself. You're going to decide is if I bring up something white positive, will the whole dinner be detonated and I'll have to go home? Everybody will have to go home. Then maybe in that scenario, you just wait. You don't start the conversation. And if somebody else starts an anti-white conversation, you say something. Me personally, I'm going to be saying white positive things. This is the way I work. This is who I am. This is what I was born to do. This is what gives my life meaning. Everybody else in the West is a carpenter or a plumber or a lawyer or an apparatchik, or, people meet you. I used to always hate this. And tell me if you hated this too. Like you meet somebody and they're like, what do you do? It's like the first question. What do I do? Like that's the definition of what you are. No. What do I do? Well, what I do is I'm an advocate for white well-being. That's what I do. For work, something else. For income, so to pay electric bill, to pay gas, to pay, etc. I have a job for that. What I do is I'm an advocate for white well-being. That's what I do. That is who I am. That is what I am. If somebody at your get-together decides that they're going to say something rabidly anti-white, can't believe Trump won. Say, well, you can't believe Trump won because he's not anti-white enough? Is that where you got a problem with him? You want somebody who's more anti-white? Remember, you can throttle up and throttle down all these conversations. Somebody might be on the verge of coming around, or maybe they have a really delicate personality, and you can say, Marge, that sounds pretty anti-white to me. Are you sure that that's your opinion? Because you don't want to be anti-white, right? And you could scale it all the way. You could throttle that baby all the way up and hammer. And you could say, you disgust me with your anti-whiteism. That is disgusting. You are immoral. I have so many victories. I have so many victories every year, but over the course of my life, using this lexicon. It is crazy. It is absolutely crazy that success doesn't motivate people. That's how sick the race is. So we have to just batter that much harder. We have to batter that much harder against the doors, these closed doors of people's minds. Do not allow, let me just say, there's no time to allow like an over delicate or a lot of it happens both ways. It's mostly though that the female, like your girlfriend or your wife or your mother or your sister, is going to be the one that is conflict averse and is going to say, no, don't say anything. Don't allow them. Don't allow them. But it's sometimes going to be a male in your life. Don't allow them to control. I mean, the world is going to shit. There's a story right now. I didn't pull it up, but you all remember from a few years ago, there was a father in Texas who his wife was a pediatrician. Gorgeous was her name. And she is like a big advocate for, was, and I can't believe this guy married her, but I mean, this is another thing. Guys, don't get a girlfriend. Don't get married if she is the least bit controlling, the least bit anti-white, the least bit, just forget about it. Be a hero for our people. The biospirit of the West, the spirit of the West will love you back with a pure and unadulterated love that will never cheat on you. It will never control you. It will never turn all of your interest to something petty and insignificant. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. I mean, maybe if you can earn yourself enough money and you want children, I don't know, pay for your seed if you want it to be your seed, or adopt, or whatever it is, but it ain't worth it. If you got some nagging bitch, whether it's male or female, that's going to say, no, don't say it. No, you say, too damn bad. I'm the moral actor here. I'm the one who's moral. If you don't like it, then be feet. Get lost. This is the way it is. End of conversation. So this Gorgulis, she was a big advocate for transitioning children before her and her husband had 2 boys. Do you remember this from a couple years ago in Texas? A few years ago now. And lo and behold, she gives birth, and then, wouldn't you know it, one of the sons wants to be a little girl. What are the odds of that? What are the odds that the pediatrician, who is an advocate for transitioning children from one sex to another, has a child that wants to transition? Pretty amazing. But that's what happened, right? And then the father and her got into a legal battle over whether or not she'll turn the little boy into a little girl. And big legal battle back and forth. And I will say that I may or may not have had an opportunity where I saw that little boy playing with other little boys. And maybe I witnessed that little boy behaving like a little boy with other little boys. Maybe that's what I witnessed. If I saw it happen, maybe I witnessed that. Guess what? The woman wasn't getting her way in Texas. So Gorgulis moved to California, where a judge said the father has no rights, and took the son away so that they can begin the transitioning, as the mother would like to see, to a little girl. And the transitioning is constituted as chemical castration. So that's what is beginning now for this biological little boy in this family in California. She has both sons, all parental rights taken away from the father, according to the article I read. That's where we are. And you're going to have some bitch in your life, male or female, say, no, don't. If they say something anti-white, you just grin and shake your head yes. Nah. Some little boy is chemically having his balls cut off. So, nah. How about you? How about that? You're more worried about what these anti-white losers think of you than the little boy who's being chemically castrated today. So, nah. Don't give a shit. If they say something anti-white, I'm going to tell them it's anti-white and that I think that's immoral. And if you are not okay with me saying that something that's anti-white is anti-white, then you're going to have to find another date, another husband, another wife, another friend, another whatever. Because the people who are out there and saying it's the end of the friendship because you voted for Trump, it's the end of knowing each other because you voted for Trump, they're saying things like they hope you die, that they hope you kill yourself. We watched some of the videos. I've seen, it feels like dozens and dozens and dozens now. Those are the people that are winning. Not the ones that capitulate. Not the ones that say, "Oh, okay, we'll make sure the anti-whites feel good about their anti-whiteism." So thank you, June, for bringing up Thanksgiving, which is coming up here in the United States. Yeah, Slaughtz writing that he almost Fed posted. Yeah. I mean, when you care about our people, you are thinking about their injuries. You're thinking about the individuals and what's happening to them, their victimization. And that is infuriating. And that inspires you to remain in the fight for our well-being forevermore. You can't give it up. You can't. You can give up hating a group of human beings. And you see that all the time. Like with the soy goys out there, you see that all the time. Their audience just turning over. So if you hear what's happening to this little boy and you're like, damn Jews, you're a loser. You don't have to be a loser. You can get better. A lot of people have gotten better. And they've gone free or they're going free. You can be a hero in our story. But if you're out there saying damn Jews or damn blacks, you're immoral. That's just a reality. To condemn somebody on the basis of their birth is immoral. That's what we don't want done to us. But worse yet, you are just a tool in their anti-white story of the anti-whites and anti-whiteism. You're just a tool in the anti-white story to effectuate more anti-whiteism. All right. We have Daughter of Eve has shown up. Good to see you over here on the live chat of Twitter. Promethean hails, Jason, she writes. Thank you, Promethean, and greetings back to you. Thank you for the lexicon. Thanksgiving is a great feast. Be polite and well-dressed and advocate for white well-being. Beautifully written by Daughter of Eve. Well said. Good to see you. Thank you for that. Very well said. Spud Ruggers is in the house. Yeah, don't let these people who are, they're essentially collaborators to anti-whiteism when they're like, no, don't speak out against it. You could totally say something at like a dinner table. You could say, if somebody says something anti-white, you could say, hey, Mark, whoever. Mark, look, we're trying to have Thanksgiving dinner. Just no anti-whiteism at Thanksgiving. Let's just have a dinner. Let's just, if you're going to talk about things, let's talk about other things. Don't bring up anti-white bullshit or Bravo Sierra or nonsense at the table, okay? I mean, that will even placate some of the morons who would want you to not say anything. You could say, hey, I'm just trying to have a sensible, peaceable dinner here. I'm just trying to have a sensible get-together. I mean, we got to be smart. I'm just trying to have a sensible get-together. So let's not have to hear anti-whiteism. Let's just, I mean, don't you do something other than, like, don't you play a sport? Don't you do something other than act like an anti-white? We've got to be smart. We've got to win this. We've got to win it for little boys like this one getting chemically castrated. There's no fixing that. You know that, right? This is it. This is his only life he gets to live. There's no reincarnation. He doesn't get to come back. He doesn't get to come back and be the man, or the male at least, that he could have been. Once that happens, it's done. They give those chemicals long enough to create a castrated outcome. There isn't let's reverse those chemicals. I've never read of anything like that. I've never seen it. I'm not a doctor. You can check it out for yourself. You can research it for yourself. But we've got to be able to speak up for these kids. They have no voice. They have no way to defend themselves. All right. Thank you all for celebrating. For those who Jag is now flag. Spartan has the anti-white flag up there in the live chat. So true, my brother. All right. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. If you have any comments, you want to add something. Westman Positivity says anti-whiteism is recreated every time it is promoted as doctrine, not as a calendar date. Precisely. The Nameless One pointing out that Based White has been making good clips of you too. Awesome clips. I love them. He's doing a great job. God bless that guy. We'll have him on again for another swash through. JK160 is here, and he is celebrating Andrei Moisejev, saying that he is awesome. He is indeed. All right, let's take a look at this lesson. For today. The path to becoming an anti-white. Welcome to the Church of White Well-Being. I am your priest and pope. So we are going to look at the path to becoming an anti-white. Page 74, second edition, iteration 2, which is the most recent, available on Amazon and at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com if you wanted a signed version. We all have felt jealousy and envy, all of us, especially when we were children. Even if you were the most attractive, you were not the best musician, or the tallest, even if you were the wealthiest, you were not the healthiest, or the smartest, or the best of us use jealousy and envy to spur our efforts to equal or transcend the things that inspired these sentiments. And when nothing constructive can be done to equal or transcend the things that inspired these sentiments, we mature by coming to terms with reality. We can improve our appearance, but few of us will become models. We can increase our wealth, but few of us will become millionaires. However, some people do not handle jealousy and envy well. A poisonous flame of resentment is ignited in the hearts of such people. They aim their resentment like a loaded rifle at all of those for whom they feel jealousy and envy. As a society, we condemn jealousy and envy. So those who hold these poisonous flames of resentment grope to justify their prohibited sentiments. The keepers of such resentment are exceedingly susceptible to creating and adopting ideas, excuses, and ideologies that justify and legitimize their secret resentment. And more importantly, they are exceedingly susceptible to ideologies and organizing principles that right the wrongs of the things that inspired their resentment. Anti-whiteism speaks to these unhealthy sentiments and promises to right the wrongs. Before I go forward, I want to point out for the people who are shadow stalking the Jews or other groups that anti-whiteism is not something that you are born with. Jewish people are not born anti-white. Jewish people who we could take any particular Jewish person you want that is pursuing their individual well-being by the way of their group well-being. Say, for instance, any of the very wealthy Jewish people that showed up at Columbia to oppose the marches and the slander and etc. of Jews. You could imagine any of them in an environment of white people that do not allow anti-whiteism still pursuing their people's well-being and therefore their individual well-being without being anti-white. That is conceivable. It's very easily conceivable. And in fact, it is the reality. Because where was this level of anti-whiteism or tomorrow's or next year's or 10 years from now in a whiter America, a whiter Sweden, a whiter UK of yesteryear? Where was it in those years gone by? Well, anti-whites practiced by anyone, including Jewish people, could not be this anti-white in that white population of yesteryear. Could they? Why? Because the white people, the majority of the white people, were healthier. They had an identity. They knew who they were. White Americans saw themselves as America. You couldn't come in and attack them with the kind of things that you see now. They would easily recognize it as anti-white. So it is, in fact, the truth that Jewish people or black people or whatever could pursue what they saw as best for them and their people, if that's what they wanted to do, and therefore themselves, in an environment that did not allow anti-whiteism. It could be done. And in fact, as I've pointed out before, if America had been a place that already had these concepts, when all of these other people came to the country, including Jewish people would in fact become some of the biggest advocates for white well-being, because that would enrich them. They would benefit from white well-being. Their movies would be movies that would depict white well-being, that would arrive at white well-being, because the opposite not only would not make money, but they would incur intense hatred by the entire population. It's so obvious. Anti-whiteism comes from our selfish individualism. And then unscrupulous people who are either white or non-white use it to enrich themselves, to improve their own lot. And when you have groups of people with different biospirits who are literal peoples, who a percentage of whom achieve individual well-being by way of group well-being, when you have that happen, those people then seem to personify anti-whiteism. But where's the fault? And therefore, where's the remedy? More importantly, not only is the remedy in us, but that is the only people, or those are the only people that we can do anything about. This has always been the only way. We are the people just lighting the path. It could not be any other way. So if you're hearing my voice and you still want to blame other people's, you still think that the remedy is in some wish listing about getting rid of somebody else or hero hoping some next Trump into office or whatever it is, come back when you have decided you want to do something about our victimization, because you've got nothing to add. Equality, that's a mean pathogen. Equality is the demand of he who measures his weaknesses against the strengths of others. With equality, he publicly justifies his unprincipled resentment. Both white and non-white anti-whites begin their sickness from the same place: jealousy and envy. When they look at the grandeur of Western civilization, the beauty of Western kind, and the glory of the West's history, they feel jealousy and envy. The anti-white non-white feels this way because he is not a Westman, and thus not an inheritor of the dignity that our heritage bestows upon us. The anti-white Westman feels this way because he does not see himself as a member of our people and thus not an inheritor of our dignity. He might fixate on his wealth compared to our wealthiest, his intelligence compared to our most intelligent, his attractiveness compared to our most attractive, his talents compared to our most talented, his health compared to our healthiest, his humble upbringing compared to our most advantaged. So that's how you understand a white anti-white. In other periods in history, how might white anti-whites like this, what might they create, or what might they join? What arguments might they make if there weren't any non-white people present to participate in a generalized anti-whiteism against really the avatars of the white race, but applied to all white people? Well, we've seen it. They did it for millennia. They said the white people on the other side of the invisible line are inferior to us. The white people who also produce Western civilization are subhuman. The white people with that different language are less than. And so we should take advantage of them. We should invade. We should, etc. That was anti-whiteism. All of their claims about those white people are still used to this day about all white people. Jealousy and envy highlight the disparity between these individuals and Western kind. And they call the disparity injustice, defining themselves as victims. And here's very important in this process, both as individuals who are born into the anti-white contemporarily, into the anti-whiteism of today, to the movement itself, to trends within the movement of anti-whiteism. Pay very close attention to this. They identify themselves as victims. But who's to blame? Fate, chance, God? Anti-whites cannot satisfy the desire for revenge on abstractions or deities, but they can avenge themselves on Westmen, who by virtue of their existence cause and benefit from the injustice, who by virtue of their existence are avatars for all of Western kind. And now you're seeing what I was talking about earlier about the anti-whites who are going to be coming after me, after the channel, the platforms, after trying to get your comments censored. You are the avatar for the entire West. Not only Westmen alive today, but all Westmen that have ever lived. And defined as those inside of their anti-white narrative. Not by our story, not by an objective deity. No, the way that we are portrayed in their anti-white narrative. So when they can't get at Trump, when they can't get at Johnson, when they can't get at Tom Homan, they can get at you. They can get at me. They can report every video. And that's exactly what they'll do. All the more reason for us to be individual champions for white well-being. And as swashbuckling champions, to make our mark by way of our influence on others around us. And sometimes that's going to be great big content creators. Sometimes it's going to be Aunt Betty. Sometimes it's going to be the son of the president. Sometimes it's going to be your brother's son. In this way, anti-whites recast every Westman as an avatar for every strength against which the anti-white measured himself to be weak. Every Westman represents greater wealth, even if he is poorer than the anti-white. Every Westman represents greater advantage, even if he is disadvantaged compared to the anti-white. Every Westman represents greater beauty, even if he is uglier than the anti-white. This is the true aim of the anti-white: to victimize the Westman for the feelings of inferiority that Western kind inspires in him. We don't do it. We don't do it to them. We don't have to make them feel. So for all the ladies of both sexes out there, it's not about the white race making them feel less than white or non-white anti-whites. It's not about us not lauding them enough. Haven't you seen that yet? Isn't the evidence everywhere for you? It is our existence. So, ladies of both sexes out there, when they come to you and say, in myriad form of the mean pathogens, pulled straight out of the anti-white narrative, when they come to you and say that, well, they hate themselves because they're not seen as legitimate or equal to or whatever, just know the reality is that you being alive is what engenders that in them. Not something you say, not something you do, not that you haven't put them on a pedestal enough, not that you haven't given them enough trophies, not that you haven't gone out of your way backflipping to make them feel better. It's you existing. Once you realize that, you'll finally realize that you can never placate. You have to defeat. You have to call them out for the evil that they are and represent. Anti-whites. Pay close attention to this. As self-conceived victims, anti-whites gain the right of self-defense, which enables them to inflict harm on Westmen in good conscience, and which justifies the most fanatical behavior and actions. Where does that really matter? Where does that truth really matter for us? In the minds and hearts of our brothers and sisters, that we need to use these concepts, to use these dialectics. If they believe that an anti-white is a victim, to some degree, they'll believe that the anti-white has the right to self-defense to some degree. And they'll be fine with, maybe even push for, in order to villainy signal, the victimization of other white people, not themselves in the vast majority of cases, but other white people, as long as it's happening elsewhere. Some of the wealthy white people are some of the worst when it comes to this, because they seek to justify their wealth, their privileges, their advantages by attacking white people, by vilifying white people. What's making them do this? Is it a Jewish person making them do it? No. It's themselves believing that that's the moral thing to do in society. So what clearly has to be contended with and defeated is that anti-white moral imperative. If you do not address that, everything else is a waste. And it has been a waste for generations. We've seen it for how many generations? Failing. Everything else failing. I go on here. However, jealousy and envy are not legally, socially, or morally acceptable grounds for revenge in Western civilization. Again, who does that matter for as far as we're concerned? The brothers and sisters that we need to bring over, and all the good non-white people that we need to bring over to white well-being. Anti-whites overcome this barrier with the moralization, intellectualization, and sentimentalization myths of pretexts to legitimize the harm they inflict on Westmen. What are the deductions of the moralization, intellectualization, and sentimentalization? They are the MPs, the meme pathogens. They are the excuses that anti-whites use to victimize us. And what are those excuses aimed at doing? Inspiring white guilt. Just like the AI said earlier that we watched on the video near the beginning of the gathering. It's all designed to inspire white guilt. Why does it have to inspire white guilt? Because white people, in order to be victimized, have to be convinced to lower our guard and allow the victimization and even participate in the victimization. You know, when I mentioned a little earlier about your girlfriend or boyfriend or whoever saying, husband, wife, whoever, saying, shh, no, don't point out their anti-whiteism. They're participating in anti-whiteism because of white guilt. Because of what I just read to you. These pretexts form the doctrine of anti-whiteism, which the resentful among us fanatically adopt to serve their self-interest. Combined with the power of our leading institutions, which the anti-whites have hijacked, the anti-whites have established our modern anti-white moral code. This power and moral code enables anti-whites to extort money, sex, resources, privileges, and more from whites. In fact, earlier in the gathering, we listened to Rand Paul say, only deport 28,000 of the 10 million. Give the rest amnesty. Is that not a perfect example of what I just read right here? The power of the moral code, the social morality of the West, the social morality of the West, which is immorality. It is to our victimization. Enables anti-whites to extort money, sex, resources, privileges from whites. What happens when the 10 million get to stay in America? Is that not extorting? If we were to go to a non-white country, if 10 million white people went to a non-white country and we snatched up their jobs and we changed their environment, we knocked down their statues and we put up our statues, would that not be extorting? Would that not be fleecing them? Would that not be etc.? Of course it would. It's the same when it's done to us. So because of that moral code of anti-whiteism, you have a Rand Paul say, we just can't kick them out. All these, I don't want to see, what did he talk about a Slovenian woman? Did he talk about a Polish woman who overstayed her visa. And now she has been a gardener for 10 years and he doesn't want to see her thrown out. No, he's talking about the Hispanic, the non-white people, because they're more valuable in anti-whiteism. It's immoral for them to be harmed. It's moral for the white people to be harmed. That's how this dickless wonder can go on an interview in front of a conservative audience, very conservative on Newsmax, and say, no. We can't make the non-white people suffer the indignity of being thrown out of a country that they broke into. We have to engage in the morality of victimizing the white people, their neighborhoods, how they want things to look, their country. We have to take their jobs away, their wages that are dropping. We have to victimize them. That's the moral thing to do. That's why you hear these things and you're like, what? This is, how could you even come to this conclusion? All over America, white people right now and good non-white people are hearing and seeing and reading the walking back of the Trump promises for this election. And they're saying, what? Deport 28,000? What are you even talking about? What about us? What about America? This makes no sense, but it makes perfect sense if you go free. It makes perfect sense if you use the go free dialogic. Not only does it make sense, but you can use the teachings to reclaim our destiny, to defeat their moral imperative, so that your politicians aren't saying, well, clearly we can't victimize the non-white people. So it's going to be you white people that are going to be the ones victimized. Combined with the power of our leading institutions, which the anti-whites have hijacked, the anti-whites have established our modern anti-white moral code. The power and moral code enable anti-whites to extort money, sex, resources, privileges, and more. Thus, the motivators plunder and lust are added to jealousy and envy. How many white females out there have had a non-white male either heavily imply or outright say that if she didn't sleep with him, if she didn't date him, if she didn't, etc., give him time, if she didn't talk to him, that she was evil under any of the anti-white slurs? Every white female has heard that. Virtually. I mean, I don't know them all. Armed and motivated anti-whites inflict harm on Westmen and attack Western-kind's biospiritual expression, the culmination of which is Western civilization. By altering and destroying that which we love, brings us happiness, and secures our well-being, anti-whites further inflict harm on our people. I'm going to read that again. Because very often, especially in conservative circles, we'll say that something's anti-white, and they'll say, race has nothing to do with this. Especially when it's one of our norms that conservatives have turned into an abstraction. Race has everything to do with it. But more specifically, a people has everything. A biospirit has everything to do with it. When they seek to remove that which brings us happiness, that which is a reflection of what we are internally, they are victimizing us. That can be our architecture, that can be our norms, whatever. By altering and destroying that which we love, brings us happiness, and secures our well-being, anti-whites further inflict harm on our people. And this is an important note here for all of the conspiracy imbeciles out there. And I've been doing this for so many years, and you have to appreciate that I get tired of defeating these arguments, the different types of arguments that people bring, and they get defeated. And then the vast majority of them are just like, well, he defeated me, so I just won't talk to him anymore. I'm just going to leave. I'll just go someplace else. Instead of saying, like an adult, wow, you know what? You're right. I'm going to adopt that position. Because the neoteny has followed the white race all the way up through the 100th year of life. It's ridiculous. But this is a final, very important note on what we're going to share today, and that is this. Individual anti-whites need not plan, desire, or even consider white erasure to achieve that outcome. They need only inflict aggregate and cumulative harm. This is extremely important to understand because the midwit gravity wants to drag you, kicking and screaming, to this notion that there is a person, a boss, a cabal, a couple here, a group of people there, or whatever, that is making this, all of this anti-white outcome happen. Like you could look at BlackRock and it's got to be BlackRock because BlackRock's anti-white. Oh, it's got to be this group over here because they're anti-white. They're in charge. They're anti-white. It's got to be them. And then the midwit deduction from that is wish listing. Get rid of BlackRock. Get rid of this entire group of people. Get rid of whatever. All of this is happening because of the ideology of anti-whiteism and the adherents who are anti-white. And they represent every background of human being. Not a single one of them needs to plan for the obliteration, the total biological white erasure and white erasure otherwise of the West. Not a single one needs to plan for that outcome to be achieved. This ideology will take us to that outcome without a single plan. So keep that in mind. It's extremely important when trying to answer the question, what do we do? How do we handle this? Where do we go from here? You're born into a place, a time, a generation. You're born without a country, without a religion, but with a biospirit. That's what you are. When they ask, what do you do? I do what I am. I serve white well-being. I contest and contend with anti-whiteism at every level. That's what I am. That's what I do. If this isn't the mindset for the West, for Western kind, it's over. Millions of little boys will end up getting chemical castration, either because their parent or parents take them for specific shots and medications, or it just continues unabated in the food or vaccines or wherever else it could be done. I don't know. I'm not making the claim, speculating here. This is the path. I'm going to see what you all have to say, and then we'll get out of here. Don't see anything new on entropy. Dongler on D Live says Trump isn't going to do shit. Well, the rest of the sentence, you need to get the mind off of the Jewish people. That's not the problem. The problem is anti-whiteism. When you're ready to do something about the problem, then you'll be ready to take up the Go Free dialogic and have victories in your life. So we welcome you to come back when you're ready for that. But yeah, Trump is not going to turn back the tide of anti-whiteism for us 100%. You're right about that. And we did not support him for that purpose. We supported him for the opportunity to spread the lexicon and dialectics to more people. Want to get a big thank you, big salute, please, everybody, to Clean of White Noir, who looks like he's made a bunch of clips of the stream while it's live, and he's posted them underneath of the live stream on Twitter. And we also have For White Well-Being is under there, and Anglo-Saxon NWG. Let's get over there on Twitter when we're done here and give them all hearts and retweet it all. That's what I'm going to do. God bless you all. Thank you, Clean of White Noir. That's a swashbuckling thing to do. The great Slaughtz over here, $1 on Rumble. He says, I've gotten more intolerant of anti-whiteism. Good, man. Good. He says, is that tempted to, but likely wouldn't say to an anti-white person, quote, if you're pursuing the well-being of white people, if pursuing the well-being of white people is immoral to you, feel free to do something with yourself. Yeah, I mean, that's what they say. That's what the anti-whites say to us. If we're not going to be anti-white enough, they outright say it to us. And there is no repercussion for them that we can see. We see their channels still in place. We see those videos where they say that still in place. We report them, and they're still in place. Thank you very much for that financial gift. And it's a great point. I mean, I've had it a long time ago as well, but it seems like I just can find more and more desire to push back against anti-whiteism all the time. You hear about stories like this. You see, and isn't it something? It's infuriating. Like, we know, we've talked here a lot about how Trump is not going to push back substantively against anti-whiteism, right? We know that. And yet, and the Republicans, I mean, I was here shouting about how the Republican Party won by becoming the Democrat Party. And yet, when you see them doing it, it's like infuriating all over again. It's still, you see Rand Paul come out, it's infuriating all over again. Even though you know they're going to do it. Let's see, Land of the Fake. Oh, we got a $10 financial gift on Odyssey from Land of the Fake. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. He says over there with the $10, thank you for your unwavering commitment to white well-being. Well, I appreciate that. And I have the same gratitude to you. Thank you. One of the very big reasons I think anti-white whites are selfish and an explanation for their behavior is that they benefit personally, socially, by way of group self-deprecation at the expense of all other whites. They do. Absolutely. And they do because of the metric is anti-whiteism. That's why we address the metric. I have been, and this is the power of Go Free, another example of the great power of Go Free. I've been in scenarios, been a group of people talking, and white people in the group have villainy signaled maybe a little bit here or there, and it seemed to me like it was going further that direction. And I condemned anti-whiteism as immoral. And I did it righteously. You know, I was just like, that's absolutely disgusting and immoral. That stopped the white people dead in their tracks from villainy signaling according to that metric. You realize the power of that. Just realize the power of that. You address the immoral nature of anti-whiteism, and white people suddenly stop villainy signaling how anti-white they are. The ones who are just self-promoters like this. They're suddenly like, whoa. Great point. Thank you for that. Land of the fake. Land of the Fake adds this: unlike personal self-deprecation, group self-deprecation harms all whites, making their behavior selfish and immoral. You're right. You've explained it. That's it. Absolutely. And if you're in a group with white people or mixed racial group, and some white person makes some a group deprecating comment about white people, point that out as anti-white. I have a lot. I absolutely have a lot. All right. Let me swivel back around to here. And I will check the live chat, and I will check these financial gifting opportunity. Okay, didn't miss anybody. Now let me check over here. Westman Positivity said, today's lesson was the best in-depth discussion of this. No white guilt. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Nexus Moon is in the house. I don't know who Dr. Shiva is, or at least off the top of my head. Tag me again. Tell me who it is. Ring of Production says, I've pondered a Harris presidency would have been better because the anti-whiteism would have been so unbridled. It would have woke the normies. No, I know it seems that way. I know it seems that way. But the anti-whiteism over these past 4 years has been through the stratosphere, and nobody has awakened. There is no waking to anti. We have a key, and we can give people the key, but people don't naturally come to go-free conclusions because of oppression. We can see that in every single city, every single area that's become radically anti-white. We can see it in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. We see it in South Africa, everywhere. So pressure and persecution and exploitation, anti-whiteism, doesn't automatically produce average, normies. Of course, we don't call them normies. We're the ones who are normal. They are the vagues. It doesn't cause them to come to a genius conclusion. We have the genius that they need. And certain arguments under Kamala, certain approaches under Kamala would have been successful at promulgating the lexicon. Certain arguments, approaches under Trump will be successful promulgating the lexicon. So we need to be adaptable, irrespective of what's going on in society. In fact, you can make arguments, persuasive arguments, for both presidencies, because there are paths to success and the promulgation of the doctrine under both presidencies. So we need to pursue what is within our grasp and means to pursue and achieve and succeed, irrespective of what fate has given us. For content creators, for right-wing content creators who aggrandize themselves and they doing it for the 4 Ps: power, pay, prestige, and the other P, depending on what P they like. A Kamala presidency would have been better. So they will be telling you that a Kamala presidency would be better. And they would articulate the ways that they think it would be better. But it would be better for them, not for us, not for the white race, not for white children. It's not going to be better for them at all. It would drive more audience to the right-wing content creators. A Trump presidency, fewer audience, because they'll have they'll have to be more creative, picking out the Marxists or the Jewish or whatever it's going to be, whatever their particular angle is. They'll have to be more artful in that respect to pull audience. But definitely under Kamala, they would have had a much larger audience. Well, larger, depending upon them and how successful they are at driving in the absence of Kamala. Good question, though. We support the tools and work better than others, even the tools called politicians. Yes, Slaughtz, well said. Yep, even the tools that are called politicians. These politicians should be required to take a vacation in Mexico outside of the resort, says Mestizo Carf. Absolutely. 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 Let's take them out of that westernized resort and let's go drop them into one of the real regular areas of Mexico where real regular things are happening all the time. Normal for there, normal for the barrios in America and elsewhere. And let's see how they make out. The hope, of course, would be they never come back. It would probably, they wouldn't come back because they love it so much. Once again, we are on the same wavelength, says Cool Papa J Magic. I made a comment today about exactly what you're saying in the GF lesson. And it has quite a lot of likes, not thousands, but hundreds. Well, that's probably because only hundreds have seen it. So brilliant. Well done, my brother. First Last says, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you. He also says, thank you for updating the number of P's. That's right. There are 4 of them. Stumbling says, so many sports analysis videos in my feed. So many. White men spending countless hours poring over tactics that they have no influence over. Wish we could get them to strategize for white well-being. Yeah. No chance of that. Yeah, I've had over the years many conversations about the deep, in-depth, brilliant knowledge of white people following sports ball of various types. You just, if you know, you know. White Wolf is here. Good to see you. And it's unbelievable how much they memorize about this inconsequential, just nonsense. Well, it's apt to say Rome burns down around them. All right. Looks like we've about covered it all. It's time to get ourselves ready for another explosively successful week of white well-being, we have the tools. Some of them are called politicians. We have the tools at our disposal. We have to use them. We have to make sure that we're getting to people. We're having successes. We have to keep chugging. It is a marathon. There are going to be opportunities for sprints. There are going to be things that really infuriate us. Focus on the love of our people. Focus on protecting our weakest members. That is the energy that will drive you for the long haul. If that's where your focus is, you never give up, because you can't forget. You can stop thinking about all of these other demons or whatever. You can stop thinking about them. You can just go about your life. You can decide you're just going to go participate in the sailboat race. You're going to just decide you're going to go participate in other things, and you're going to just ignore that the Marxists are out there in the world. But you'd have to be a pretty despicable, disgusting person to forget about the little boys being chemically castrated, to forget about the gang rapes, to forget about the eradication of our expression as a people and how that harms every single one of us. That would be a really sick person. I know there are a lot of sick people out in the world, but they don't stick with this community and the good work that we're doing. That's why you're here, because you're one of the chosen. You're one of the best. You are one of the keys to the reclamation of our destiny. Love you all. Let's go free.